friends. How are you doing?
I got so distracted talking to you that I didn't go get my book. These are reading sprints, and I didn't go get my book.
Just guess you can't read.
I only have 30 minutes left, though.
Ooh, I'm excited to know your thoughts. You'll have to text me if you don't want like the world to know.
I don't really care.
Because I need to know whether I should like prioritize it or not.
I think that you will not hate it, but it won't be a new favorite. I think because I gave it a 3-star. I see why people like it, but it took me a solid half to get connected to the characters. And then it took until the last like 100 pages for the plot and magic to really kick in. I don't think it was as beautifully written as a lot of people do. There were some things where the dialogue just felt very unnatural to me. But overall, it was better than I expected it to be, but not as good as I expected it to be all at the same time.
I see it. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. 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 No, I'm just always late. I'm always late. Hi, Maria. Also, if you want a link, let me know.
Yes, join us.
Hello. Oh my gosh, it jumped. Do you know what SPFBO book you're reading next? This is the only one I have left, and I'm starting it today. I gotta stop procrastinating. I have been done every other SPFBO book since like December. Like this vlog was supposed to go up January 1st week, didn't happen. This was supposed to go up February 1st week, didn't happen. So here's to hoping for March 1st week. Or this week. I really would actually like to finish it like within the next couple days and then get the vlog up like really quickly, but because it's all edited and everything, I just need to put this in.
You're better than me. I'm a quarter of the way through Umbral and halfway through Miss Percy, and I've done like 1 vlog clip, and I still have 3 to go.
This is why giving myself like that 1 month to read them all was like key.
Smart.
Because like
although now I have a little bit more time, which is helpful, but I don't think I'm really going to use it if I can help it. Because I want Realmathon to be like full focus.
None of them are sci-fi heavy, so you're fucked. Hello. I'm reading The Light of All That Falls. I need to read First Lot. Yes, I also need to finish this. But
you do need to finish that. That's important.
Yeah, but I make the rules on this one.
That's true.
I also kind of make the rules on this one too, but like
that's also true.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. I feel like it needs to be a meme somewhere out there of just like saying highs and reading. Hello, Nicole. Hello, Claire. I'll be reading The Birthday List. Hope y'all's books are good so far. Hope yours is too. Hi. I'm just about 100 pages into Nemesis Games and finished 3 other books thanks to the 20 plus inches of snow we got the past 2 days.
Can I have it? Because I don't want to go to work tomorrow.
Good old snow day. That would be great.
That would be great. Hey, dude, it's 7 p.m.
Rachel, why did you say hey? I just feel like this was really weird. Hey, I'm reading Age Will Sin or Passing Out. Like, we're homier than this. You could have just said, I am reading Age Will Sin or Passing Out.
I had to make it official first.
I'm done with work in 30 and can join then. I'll send you a link and then join whenever you're done. I'm reading Verity by Colleen Hoover. I'm about 1/3 of the way in. I hope you enjoy it.
Interesting.
Hello. If you make all the rules. I do, really. I'm reading Empire of Rune. I hope you love it, Leslie.
Yes.
So good. Hello. 1/4 of the way.
Is there an Empire of Rune and an Emperor of Rune?
Oh, yes.
Darn it, I got excited for nothing.
Me too, I think. Unless it is Emperor of Rune. I don't know.
Tell us.
Yeah.
Oh, it is Emperor of Rune. They corrected it. Okay, we can get excited.
Yay! Fine. I'm 1/4 of the way into the escape room. Hello, I think I'll be reading The Shadow Was Lost. I hope you enjoy that more than I did. I am 70 pages from finishing The Duke. First book finished in a few months. Let's go. Hoping to finish during these sprints. I believe in you. Emperor of Rune. Okay, yes. I'm reading A Touch of Light. Another amazing one. I hope you love it. I'll be reading The Blade itself. Ashes of the Sun. These are like great books, guys.
Claire may crush your hopes and dreams, though, on Ashes of the Sun.
Probably to get back at me. I always hate Claire's favorite books. Wait, but is Claire not liking it?
I think Claire mostly said the chapters are too long, which is fair, and she doesn't like Kit or Tannix, which also fair.
I also didn't like either of those characters in the first book.
She said she hopes Tannix dies quickly.
I hated Kit so much.
I did too, but she grows on you.
There was also a giant raccoon outside my patio door.
Fun.
I feel like I don't work anymore because of the snow days we've had at least a week and a half. I wish I could get snow days. I'm so tired of having to do this. I'm reading Empire of Sand and 50% done. I recently purchased the Spin the Dawn duology. I'm so excited. I have read the first book in that, but I never continued. I had a snowy day today because I couldn't get out of my driveway this morning. Spent hours shoveling it all. Yeah, shoveling is not fun. We have a snow blower.
Did you at least have an audiobook?
Yeah. I think I'm going to finish The Last Tale of Flower Bride and then swap between The Great Hunt and The Luminaries. At least The Great Hunt is a short Wheel of Time book.
That is a sad statement because it's still like 600 pages. Yes.
I filled my TBR today. And it's one of the shorter books on my TBR.
I've been like living in my glory days of not having to worry about those yet, and we're slowly creeping up on me having to worry about them.
Yep. Listening to The Well of Ascension, hope it was better than book one. Oh,
I liked it better.
Book one's my favorite, but I love a character in book one, and I love like the format, like what they do in book one was my golden child.
I get that. My favorite character comes in book two.
I don't remember any of the characters now, to be honest, but
I only remember the ones that I like actively like,
fair.
Which is only like 3.
Also fair. So many Emperor/Empire titles. After I finish this one, I'm gonna start A Court of Silver Flames. I'm so hyped. Woohoo!
Fun.
I'm on book 3 in the Murderbot series and catching up on my genre blanket. I need to continue this. I didn't love the first Murderbot. I think I gave it 3 stars. Like, it was okay, but I always keep meaning to continue.
I've read the first 3 and given them all, I think, 3 stars. Like, they're fun. They're good palate cleansers, but that may be a April problem.
I think Aaron liked book 2, if I remember correctly. That's the only thing that has me hopeful.
Honestly, I may reread a couple of them because I don't remember anything about them. So
fair. I need to read Spinning Silver and Alone with You in the Ether by the end of the month, but not sure which one to start with. I haven't read the Alone with You, but I have read Spinning Silver, and it's like it's fast and it's well written. Empire of Sand by Tasha Suri. I do also own this book in Kindle format.
I want to read that one.
Raccoon in Discord.
Big old booty of that raccoon.
I love a raccoon. A trash panda is what we call them over here. But
same. We have one of our minor league baseball teams is called the Trash Pandas. Like, that's the mascot. And the mascot looks like what's the raccoon's name from Guardians of the Galaxy? That's what it looks like.
Oh, I don't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's good. I'm not loving it, but I'm not having a bad time with it. You know what? I was talking to Maria about it today, and I was like, I have a love for the series, but like I don't love the books, if that makes like I like the books all got 4 stars. They're just fun. Like they're not like critically thinking the best books ever, but like I had so much fun with the series that's where my love of the series comes from. But like the books themselves, they all need work, but I love them at the same time.
Yep, I agree. Even though I gave Ashes of the Sun 5 stars, it was very much so, I think, a right time, right book for me. But I still love the series. Like, I think it's fun.
I'm a Maya kind of gal.
Depends on the book. Book 1, I didn't like her as much, but 2 and 3, I did. I liked her better.
Yeah. I liked Geyer's POVs better in the second book, I think. But mostly because of another character.
Somebody said the first book gave them Six of Crows vibes in Geyer's point of view, and I was like, I can see that. Like, I can see the vibes. I don't think it's a direct comparison, but I can see the vibes.
I can see the vibes, but I feel like saying that now people are going to be like, oh, Six of Crows.
Oh, it's not Six of Crows. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Not in a bit. Don't read it because I said that.
I do have a mystery package, so it's either Emberblade or Birth Control. I'm really annoyed because they just ignored my email.
Really?
Like,
That's so cool.
it was 5 days before, and, like, then I got, like, shipped, and I still haven't received an email back, and it's been a couple more days since then, and, like, I've emailed them before and had them email me back
Yeah.
really quickly,
Yeah.
so I know
Hmm.
that they ignored it. Which, like, they coulda just told me no. You can't
Yeah,
do.
just say sorry too late.
Mhm. I'm reading Bloodskion by Deborah Fillet. Fairy lit book I was scared to read, but it's actually pretty good. Let's go.
That's
The
fun.
Official Light, I'm already shooketh by how deeply thoughtful the book is. Each decision, plot, and prose feels so carefully considered. I agree.
Hope you love
Or
or
both,
continue to
Rachel.
love.
I'll be reading Kingdom of Flesh and Fire. I hope you enjoy it. I really need to continue these. There's a lot of comments tonight. Wheel of Time is amazing, though. I read it over and over. The Great Hunt first half is so slow. Lol, Rachel. Got 318 pages into Great Hunt last year and put it on hold for something where stuff actually happens. Fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is a genre blanket? It's a blanket where each color of your yarn is a genre.
I
I'm
need to
rereading.
catch up on mine because I'm so far behind.
Me too. Me too. I'm reading the first 4 and then continue with the series. Rocket Raccoon.
Yes.
They're
Right.
fun to read because it's like Star Wars meets Indiana Jones. Hello. Hi, Brie.
Hello.
I was thinking that too, Mel. It's the heist vibes.
I think you're the one that said that. That's where I got that from.
It's like a temperature blanket, but with genres, you assign a color yarn for each genre once you finish the book. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. This comment.
That's right. I got the idea from Becca and Brie.
I think I got the idea from Becca. I wanted to do a temperature blanket for so long, and I think Becca said something about it. I was like, yep, I'm in. I'm in.
Got it. Thanks. I'm doing it.
Not sure what I'm going to read tonight. Tempted to pick up the second voice in the snow book. Do it, and then tell me if it's
Enjoy.
good, because I need a reason to pick that one up, because unlike everyone else, I didn't love the ending.
Haven't read it yet, so can't comment.
I think Gaia was my favorite, but since I am Beck, should Maya be my favorite?
Oh,
Okay.
that was a big kitty yawn. Hello. You gonna come say hi to Cassidy? Because she liked you.
I see her here.
Come here. Okay, you can walk a little faster than what you're doing. Oh, nope, she's out.
Her ear left sad. I can see that, Rachel.
Poor Rachel. I need to finish editing this.
I don't want to sprint. I don't want to read this.
We'll edit. And then I have to decide, do I read Umbral Storm or do I listen to Miss Percy?
Personally, I think Umbral Storm is 10 times better than Miss Percy's. So
Well, I mean, I would agree with that statement, but one I have to read with my eyeballs and one I can work on the genre blanket.
fair.
Probably doing the eyeball reading though.
Eyeball reading is smart if you have the time to do it, though.
Mhm.
Always audiobooks.
Well, and since 72 hours, like I've been in the mood for eyeball reading, so.
She's about to.
Yeah, I've got 30 minutes of reading left, Claire. I think it'll be a 3-star with the full intent of continuing. And I think the later books could get 4 stars. So overall, I consider it a win.
It's so chunky. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was picturing it to be like, 400 pages in my head over the last 2 months that I've been reading it.
No. Just let me pretend.
Like 520.
Sheesh.
The more reviews that come out about it, though, the less I prioritize it.
Just lie to me.
I'm going to tell all of you that it's my favorite.
Yes. Because I knew the rating was not going to change.
I'm excited for thoughts on either. Your own rules for no DNF. I know.
I say it's your fault. Yep. Yeah, I say I have 30 minutes of reading time. It may actually be slightly less than that. And I did that like with only 20 pages, I think, left because I knew I'd forget if I didn't. To be fair.
Fair.
I can always change it if it changes, but
because my face is swollen for a couple days. I just want you to feel better, Brie.
Yeah.
Also, non-vlog books sometimes just feel so good. Like I barely vlogged any of my reads this month, and honestly, it felt so good.
And now I'm sitting here like, crap, I forgot to do that, and I forgot to do that, and dang it, now I need to do that.
No one will believe you, Cassidy. There's no way it'll be a favorite.
Shush, Bree!
It wasn't the worst book of the lot. Blasphemy. What if the last bit changes everything?
Then I'll change it on Goodreads.
Rarely.
Normally, I don't do that, but
sometimes you just know, like,
I just
regardless of
knew.
if I hate this
Yeah.
ending, this book is getting this stars.
Yeah, I just knew. So normally, I don't do that. I'm normally better than that, but
Fair.
I was bored at work and catching up on all of my reviews.
Fair. I had to do that after 72 hours, and I looked
Yes.
at what I'm currently reading, and I was like, everyone who looks at this has heart failure because there was 25 books in my current reading.
It stresses me out.
I just like went through one by one, added my review. It's working so much better than it has for me in the past, though, doing it this way.
I like that. I may start doing that just simply because I like being able to hit the I'm finished and it automatically take me to the review page because I don't like the new way that they're making you click read and like it's just too much clicking. And then when you click it read, it doesn't actually take you to the review page. It just marks it as read. And I'm like, it's too many clicks. I know that's a stupid thing to be annoyed by, but it annoys me.
I would also be annoyed, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
You should do it the other way.
Just do it this way.
A better way.
I'm listening to Wrath and I'm over it. Fair. Okay, I need to stop procrastinating.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why it said, keep me on task, please, in the name of these sprints.
I was not told that, to be fair.
Hello, Krista. Well, if you look on YouTube, it says reading sprints, keep me on task, please. Do the thing, Cass. So true, Hell. Okay, I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Hello. I made it to page 58, and I'm not hating it.
Ooh, good for me.
Are you lying to us though? Is that
No, I'm not.
start of the lies?
Like it's not like the best book I've ever written, and there's definitely some
Mhm.
inconsistencies, but I think like I was really expecting to hate it, and
Maybe we set our expectations low enough that we can be pleasantly surprised.
I
That's the
so
key.
far am. Like there's like a good like plot setup happening,
Okay.
but it might be a struggle for maybe character readers.
I've heard that about Tethered though too, and I was expecting that to be character, so we'll see.
And then as long as when the animals are talking, the dialogue is cringe for sure.
Fair.
But yeah, not hating it.
Cool. Yay.
How do you
Good.
guys do?
I'm moving on to Umbral Storm. My rating did not change. Maria.
I feel like this is like my version of reading the last chapter before you finish the book.
Yeah.
How dare you rate it on Goodreads?
I read a lot of books before I finished them. So
I take like 3 days after I finished it to rate it because I'm still not sure. How do you guys?
I just
I don't
know.
rate everything before I finish it, but I would say a solid 70% I could tell you before I finish the book.
Maybe I just don't understand ratings. I don't know. I'm always like, it takes me several days.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
I think a lot of people it takes them a long time. I just like I have a gut instinct most of the time, and I
Mhm.
just roll with it. I rarely think that it changes.
Sometimes I'll say that it's going to be like one thing, and it could be on the spreadsheet like 0.2 of a point off. But
Do you adjust it then, or do you just keep it?
if I really feel strongly about a gut feeling, I'll adjust it to kind of make it be what I think it is if it's that close.
Yeah.
But if I'm not sure, then I use that as kind of the gauge.
How'd you do, Maria?
I took Fox out, so I didn't read that much, but I'm getting to the part where things are going down, and I think the thing that I've been waiting to happen is going to happen. So I'm really excited. I think
Wait,
it's going to
where's
be in the
that?
next chapter. Mhm.
How far are you?
260 pages in.
Not me wanting to go get my book to figure out exactly
I
what
know.
I think that things are converging, and I'm really excited.
You must
I know where you are. Okay.
must text us all your thoughts.
I've been
Hey,
waiting. Yeah.
I think reasons that's gonna be reasons why I think you might like book 2 a little bit less.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. Although with this one, I also feel like I was expecting it earlier, so if it won't bother me in this one, I feel like I'll probably be okay in book 2.
Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah.
Didn't read. Watched Star Wars Bad Batch instead.
Fair.
I listened to some of Babel since I'm working on my genre blanket. It's so good. I'm glad you're loving it. Hello, friends. Jumped on a few minutes ago. Had to do some grocery shopping, then cooked. What did you eat? Just settling in for the night. Got 12 minutes left in my book. It feels like a 3.
Sad day.
But see, they're waiting to rate it until they finish.
If it feels like a 3, it's probably going to be a 3. Some books I do wait, and like some, because like I know the ending will matter, but sometimes it's just like this book was a 3 the entire way. So
I
like
just read a book that was 5 stars, like 100 pages in, then like 4 stars for like the middle portion, and then the last probably 50 pages brought it down to 3.5. So
see, I think on a book like that, I'd probably wait because my thoughts were like changing.
Right.
A while ago, but Ash of the Sun, I could have probably rated very early on because like it was just very consistent to me, my feelings the entire time.
Yeah, if it's that's fair. If it's not like up and down.
That series is very consistent, I feel like, across the board. Pretty much how I felt. Like, even though I rated book 1 5 stars, I think that my overall feelings were pretty consistent the whole way through.
The things that bothered me in all of them. The things I loved in all of them.
Yep.
True.
Got to page 131 of Specials by Scott Westerfield, the 3rd book in the Ugly series. It's not great, but so far it's the best of the series. So
nostalgic read for sure.
I remember nothing of Fires. I like one of the POVs a lot. The only thing is it definitely reads younger. Like the characters are young and like I know if I call it YA, people will come for me, but it reads like YA.
Which
Maybe
isn't
it is
bad.
YA.
Yeah.
No,
Other
it's not bad
choices.
at all.
Everyone takes that as a diss, but it's not.
No, it's not. I think knowing that it reads that way going into something, though, is good because then,
Yeah.
like, you're expecting a little bit of a younger read.
Yeah. I'm expecting Tethered Spirits to be YA. So
It
I'm
is
excited because I'm like saving it for like a fast read type of vibe, like
If
the
it
YA
helps,
mood.
it is YA. I called it YA and someone got very angry at me, but I have an arc of the next book and the author literally says it's YA. So,
See.
Which is very good for me because I needed it for our fantasy.
You know, as soon as she said it was YA, I'm like, antihero YA, let's go. I ate dinner and read / annotated chapter of The Blade itself. What did you eat? The dialogue was so bad. You know what? I read a lot worse. It's not, the dialogue is not bothering me that much. It bothers me in the female POV more than the male POV, though. I'm very enjoying being back in the world of Illborn, but also my mystery package was not books. I meant to get to this book this month, but I did not.
Me too. But I didn't. I kind of feel like I need to read Fires instead of Umbral right now because my threshold is coming off the end of Lady Brooke's Grief. So
No, read Umbral.
maybe it'll make things look better.
Honestly, I'm now scared for Bree because I think if she finds the dialogue this bad, like, I don't think that this is that less crafted dialogue than Umbral is.
Umbral does not have great dialogue,
No.
but it's not so bad that it's completely like killing me. It's there, but
most indies have bad dialogue.
That's the thing, yeah.
Read one
I'm actually surprised by how many of the ones that I've read so far have been not bad dialogue.
I think that was something I noticed in the SPFBO finalists. A lot of them made it, I think, because of their like great dialogue, great writing. Been listening to Love All That Falls Well makes up a random leftover roast. Nikki, you know who I am. You give me what you ate. Veggies that needed used up. Gravy sauce topped with biscuits. Yum. That's
really
delicious.
good.
That's amazing.
Home style, just feel good meal.
Read 2 chapters of Secrets in the Dark and made mac and cheese. Yum.
Mac and cheese.
Thank you.
Joined late. Read 30 pages of A Touch of Darkness. Do you guys update ratings on Goodreads if they decrease later on reflection? I don't update any of my ratings, even though like right now I tell you like I gave Mary a 3 stars, and the way I talk about it, it was probably a 4 or 5. But I will never update that on Goodreads. But
I only do it if it's within like 2 to 3 days. If it's anything more than that, no.
I wasn't using Goodreads, so I'm now going back and like logging everything from 2017 on. So I am tempted because some of them I'm like, that doesn't reflect what I think of it.
Fair. I think for me, most of the time, my reflection forgets the things I didn't like. So like 3 months later, I'm remembering only like the good part of the book, even though there were negative things that I didn't like. So I never change it because I know in Mary, like specifically, there are like things that were like reasons why I didn't give it a 4 or 5 because I remember it being really close.
But I feel like it mutes my excitement for books too. Like until I reread it, I almost don't have that same level of passion about it. So it also like I think it errs in a way of decreasing for me.
Pork egg rolls, delicious. It's a reread as well. So trying to make myself update my Goodreads ratings, but really got into an audiobook and have to do them while not listening to a book. So having to wrench away from the book, that's the worst. Do you ever feel rating torn because the writing, etc., is fundamentally good, but your enjoyment is a solid 2? I don't, but I have a spreadsheet that does it all for me. So, and it weighs enjoyment more heavily. So,
I'm starting to use your spreadsheet this year, and it is different for me because I do rate on enjoyment, but my enjoyment is based on characters and like world building mostly. So those categories make sense, whereas the others I feel like should be weighted even less. So it is something where I'm like,
you could change that.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do Excel math.
I can help you change that.
You can help me change it. Okay, great.
I didn't read. I caught up on the notifications. I got through the day and I ignored so many notifications. Fair. Yeah, I knew Ashes was going to be a 5-star, 100 pages in. Love that for you, Brie. 63% into Last House on Needless Street, really enjoying it so far. 45% into my book and really enjoying it. I'm reading one of my son's books, one of the Wings of Fire series. Only way I can keep him reading is to read the same book so we can talk about it. This is so cute.
I love it.
I got Dinner Eaten and a chapter of Nemesis Games read. Woohoo. I had pizza. Yum. Hello. I am forever an overachiever. Also, hi, Carrie. I just kind of like read your comment, but like, hi.
You made me laugh in my yawn and it looked weird.
The best part of Umbral is the world, in my opinion. 100%.
Yeah. I agree. We're going to see how if the all over the placeness ends up killing me or not.
It does go all over the place.
We'll
But I
see.
loved it. I loved it.
Is this podcast one of the fellow presenters? The one that's in Seattle, I think? I'm assuming so.
Honestly, these books aren't horrible for books aimed at 8-year-olds. At first, I was a bit of a slog, but I'm on book 5 now, and the big plot has grabbed me. That's good.
Love it.
I read so many books in a year that I don't typically go back and change my ratings on Goodreads, but once in a while, I will on rereads. Yeah, I don't reread. I maybe would on rereads, but like, probably not, because I feel like my initial reaction is I would probably I don't know, but I don't reread. So it's not a problem.
Leave the rating and update it in the description. If that
makes
sense.
I update the rating and then put the previous one in the description, so I reverse.
Fair. Yeah. There are some too that like definitely could be changed. Like I know Elantris technically has a 4, but it's like my all-time favorite book. So
that's something too where I was like looking at last year's, and sometimes the 4s like stick with you more than the 5s. So I almost feel like there's something there too where it's like you're saying about Ashes, where it feels like a solid 4-star series overall, like with each book, but the way it impacts you.
Agreed. Might finish Heartstopper. Hello, Deb.
Hi, Deb. Did you get any cupcakes?
Ooh, cupcakes.
She always gets cupcakes.
See, that gives me hope for Umbral because I feel like The World in Fires was overwritten.
I hate
it's not overwritten compared to Umbral.
But
poor Brie.
There is a lot going on in Umbral. And I'm only like 200 pages in.
There's a lot that goes on in Umbral. Like, it is all over the place. Technically, like, according to SPFBO ratings, it was a 3. My enjoyment was so high, I got a 4, like, personally. Because I had so much fun reading it. But I, like, loved the magic system in the world. But, like, it's not, like, the most technically strong book, that's for sure.
When do we read Crimson Queen? It's not till the second half of the year, right?
Yeah, we have 11th Cycle and then Incarnation.
Okay.
And then we start.
That's what I
think.
The trilogy.
I think you're right.
And we said that if we don't like the first book, none of us are suffering through. We are
not
changing
again. We have options.
Too many trilogies that you've suffered through already. Like,
seriously. I will agree with this one. Nothing can be worse than Void.
Brie, I forgot you'd already read that one.
I haven't read Void yet, and I still agree with this. Like,
no cupcakes. It's so sad. If you reread on Goodreads, it'll show both ratings.
Mine doesn't.
Mine doesn't.
Do you have to do different editions, maybe?
Yeah.
Probably.
That's a good idea, though.
I'll be the one with the unpopular opinion for Umbral. Umbral was a lot, but it was fun. Agreed. Void hate, yes. It's getting so much. I actually think that it's between Void and Small Miracles to win like the official competition, and I think it's hilarious because Void is like bottom for us. But A Touch of Light is not doing so well in their competition, and it's like top for us.
I'm waiting for Dom to read Small Miracles so that someone can join me in the unpopular opinion trade there. Yeah.
I think A Touch of Light is the only one with like an 8 on ours.
I guess Maria's Small Miracles probably brought Small Miracles down.
Hold on.
Sorry, guys.
Don't have to apologize. Really, Void is one of my top anticipated reads. Horrified. I just don't think it belongs in a fantasy competition. Like, there's no fantasy in it. It is
none
cosmic horror, and if you're gonna stretch it, it's sci-fi.
Or historical fiction, right?
Oh, absolutely historical fiction.
Historical fiction,
which is not fantasy. Yeah.
If Void was the worst, then I'd be less scared of Forebears. Yeah. I'm not hating it. I'm not hating it.
I guess what you are focused on too, because if it's writing that you're really focused on, then Void maybe doesn't sound like the absolute worst one because it is well written. It's just something I don't like.
And didn't belong in a fantasy competition.
Not in the slightest. I don't understand that. Like, how is it going to win or not win, but do really well when it has no fantasy elements?
That's literally like the author labels it as cosmic horror too. So I don't know.
Why even submit it?
They were even surprised that it was selected, which like I think it's good that it was selected, but it shouldn't go past that. Yeah. But because it was selected, it can go past, so it shouldn't have been selected, I guess, either.
I really liked Umbral, had a ton of fun with it, but yeah, could probably use some touching up. I agree with this. I had a ton of fun with it. Gave it 4 stars, but definitely could use some touching up. 0 fantasy. Now that I've learned more about what cosmic horror is,
there is horror in the beginning.
Cosmic horror.
Yeah. The horror elements, like if you talk about like madness, maybe not till the second half, but I do feel like the horror came in a little earlier. As somebody that's read horror, though.
Deb, this was me stretching it to be like, I could maybe see it in a sci-fi comp because of like the ending, but
well, and there is that sci-fi comp, like that.
There is,
yeah. So it should have been there.
That one scares me.
Horror and historical, not fantasy. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I just don't know enough about sci-fi. Like I keep meaning to like be more, like maybe try some of the ones in the sci-fi comp, but like I don't know my sci-fi taste well enough to even try yet to pick up indie sci-fi, I think. But
I have one of them. Emma gifted it to me, so I'll see how it is. But that competition is a lot more
it's very different.
It's kind of convoluted, the rules and the structure and how everything works and how you're gonna decide what goes on to the next round. It's not as straightforward, and it makes it a lot harder to follow as somebody that's just not actively, reviewing them.
Don't know what it's called, but it's run by Hugh Howey.
SPFC. Hang on, I've got it. I follow him.
It's like self-published sci-fi.
SPSFC, I think. Self-published sci-fi competition,
something like that. It is run by Hugh Howey.
Yeah, it's the SPSFC, self-published science fiction competition.
SPSFC. I'm gonna type it in the chat.
Yep.
And he's not quite as good as Mark Lawrence about keeping the website updated.
Mark Lawrence is on it.
He
was given half points for not being fantasy, and I'm salty because I liked that book.
I'm excited to read
it. Read it, but if that was given half points, why isn't Void getting half points?
Yeah, one thing this has taught me is that I should not just read like the winners of SPFBO. Yeah, what I initially would have done. I would have just gone off like this is the best of the best. And now I'm like I clearly don't agree necessarily, so I want to look more into like the levels below.
Yeah,
Mark Lawrence is the goat. I do agree.
He's so involved too, like liking everybody's videos and tweets and commenting on videos. It's crazy.
These acronyms are so long. Yeah. Someone told me they want to see a vlog of like reading all of the winners, and I have read a couple of winners and not liked them. So I was like, this sounds terrifying to me. Maybe I should read the second, like the runner-ups.
No, Cassidy. 1 year I want you to read all 300.
My lord. The sad thing is, like, I have read a decent amount of the like submissions, and I think that there was way better ones that could have made it. Like even in terms of like writing and like all of that.
She's looking at you, Nomads.
Nomads. I didn't love Kingdom of Essence, and that's just because of the YA tone that I wasn't looking for. But like, I think that would have done well, and that was a semi-finalist like concept, but Umbral went over it, and A King's Radiance at least was a good plot.
Yeah.
Well, that's where all the blogs
wasn't badly written.
Kind of subjectiveness comes in. Yeah.
That's what I think. If I continue to do this, at least I'll start to know which blogs I relate to.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of follow them a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I always think that matters more than anything, because, like, it's all subjective.
I wish we could see more of a difference between their like personal enjoyment and then their like objective. This wasn't for me, but it's a strong book, because I think that's where they kind of sometimes forget and get lost.
Really struggle with that, though. Really struggle with that.
I think that's something that video reviewers do better, just because we have like a people, like, it's just like easier to like say that out loud than like the word count. But maybe that's because I'm not a big like word reviewer anyways, and like they always just like summarize the book for the first half, and I don't care. I'm just like, get to the review. I have Scales and Sensibility and the 13th Hour on my physical TBR right now. I also want to get Touch of Light, and if Tethered Spirits wins for Mel's Patreon book club, I will get that one.
It did. Spoiler alert.
I'm kind of bummed. I wanted that one.
Yes, all caps at all times.
I also have no time to read that one, so it's better for my TBR.
I didn't think it was that big. Like, I didn't know that was that obvious. And now Emma's like, you have to shout it at all times. It's the collar bound, not the collar bound.
I don't get where that came from, though. Is there another collar bound?
No.
Okay.
I was just picking on Emma.
Just the one she's excited about. Got it.
I hope you guys all like Tethered Spirits. Not like the best book, but I enjoyed it enough that I wanted to continue, and I have an arc with the second, so.
I've been saving it because I think that out of the ones that I have left, it's the one that I'm probably going to get through the quickest.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
It was quick. So it is YA. The winners are interesting. 301 month, Carrie. Why do you hate me?
Chop.
I have read 6. The roster piece would have been well written. You know what? I agree with this, but also he's really freaking repetitive in his writing, so like maybe not. Because like I'm on book 4 of a series and I'm kind of done with it.
Yeah.
Which is sucks because book 3 was 5 stars for me, and book 4 is like looking at a 3 stars. So I'm just like, okay, like get on with it.
But you are also reading them back to back, which maybe not everyone would.
This is true, but I like things more when I read them back to back.
Me too.
So
you're making me want to put it off for a while because I was planning to read it in March, but then the audiobook for the last one doesn't come out until May anyway. And so I'm like, I got enough crap going on. May just be a May problem.
I will say the thing that probably didn't have going for it is that it did get interrupted.
Yeah.
For like 72 hours. And like now I'm trying to prioritize this. So I'm just like reading it like a little bit now every day. And then we'll see, because like essentially I just feel like the first 3 books are a conclusion, and then he just
I agree.
Like
it's done.
Do another duology. So
is it one plot thread that goes through the first 3, or is it like they're all vignettes?
There is one plot thread that goes through the first 3. And like technically the 4 and 5 are like hinted at, but like I didn't feel like I needed them because the 3 books felt like such a flesh. And also probably one of my favorite things is now gone, so that probably doesn't help my enjoyment for book 4.
Yeah. I wonder if that was like a publishing thing. Sometimes I think they just want like more of the same book, so they extend the contract.
It's an indie.
Yeah, it's indie.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
He did put the first.
Sorry.
The first 3 out came like back to back in like 2020, and the last 2 came out like last year.
Yeah.
Are his Never Die series also indie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're all indie.
Okay.
He actually been picked up, and like publishers have wanted him, and he's been like, nah, like I'm good indie.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. I will say that even like Eska at the end of the 3rd book is like, my story is complete, but I guess there's always room for more, but we're going to leave it here because I'm done. And I'm like, then leave it alone.
This could be good.
That'd be fun.
I hate it when Goodreads summarize.
I can summarize
the book. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm currently reading A Prelude to Ashes. I hope you enjoy it. Hello, Kaylee.
I'm glad you're enjoying Ruin of Kings.
Me too.
I don't know why I say that so awkwardly.
And 4 Bears to Go. Reading All the Dangerous Things. Reading an entire series couldn't be me.
A mood. Normally that's me.
Like, I don't think I'm getting to book 5 until, like, May.
Used to be me. Not anymore, apparently. Yeah.
Because, like, I don't have time
Mm-hmm.
in March. And then,
That's
like,
the thing.
April, like, with Realmathon, I don't know if I'm going to be able to squeeze that in.
Too many
I don't
plans.
know what I'm doing in April. We're just gonna hang out.
That's why I want to get through all of, like, as much of SPFBO next month, because otherwise April will be SPFBO.
Mm-hmm. Well, depending on what team you pick, it could work in your favor.
I mean,
You don't want to do fantasy.
I'm waiting for the rules because my heart is with Mel. So if, like, I can make it work where I'm not losing you points,
You can. It's
Oh, can
bonus
I?
points for reading our genre.
Okay.
You definitely can.
You totally could.
Because I will not be reading a month of which genre. So
That's fair. Cassidy just looks at me and what do I need? Oh, Mel will do that.
Honestly, both the hosts of that team,
Fair.
so, like, Jade is the other host on that team, and Jade was like, I better get first pick next year. Like, she's like, I'll do it, but, like, I better
next
get,
year,
like,
yeah.
first pick.
Meanwhile, next year Mel is still going to be put wherever you need her.
Yes, it's true.
The best friend.
Okay,
I will say, I said Mel and Kaylee fight to the death. Pick your team, whoever wants fantasy, and Mel lost.
I feel like though, Kaylee she's the new to the Realmathon. Gotta have the better one. So I'll
scrappy.
I'll suffer. No, I'm not gonna suffer. I think it'll be fun.
Y'all read entire books. Honestly, a mood. People complain about reviews starting with a summary, but booktubers do this too, so skip past it if you don't want it. I do sometimes, I guess. I don't start a review with a summary technically, but, like, if I'm vlogging, I'll start a vlog with a summary.
The difference is that you aren't seeing a page with the review at the top, like the summary at the top. So in a video, I feel
You have to go look for it somewhere else.
But I hate giving synopsis, so I'm like on board of just everyone just continuing them forever.
And I guess my difference too, I guess for some of it is if I'm looking for a review, I'm looking for a review. But when I'm watching BookTube, I'm not necessarily looking for the review, like, of that book. But, like, when I go onto Goodreads or, like, click a blog post review, I already know what that book is about, I guess.
Right.
Or if you don't, you read that first, then you scroll down to find what people are saying about it.
Mm-hmm.
Versus, like, in a video, you see a book and you're like, oh, what's that about? That looks interesting.
Yeah. Mel is dragging me along. Mel is dragging all of you along. There's
I really am. I've just kind of gone, and you.
I mean, the dragons are tempting though. So Kaylee.
We have dragons too.
I will say the dragons are Pokemon based in the fantasy world, so it's kind of cool. There are 7 types of dragons.
I just resent Melissa saying that I did not give them cookies last year. There is a graphic with cookies. Here is your cookie. I swear.
We expected mail delivered cookies, but okay.
Well, you didn't specify.
Mail packaged cookies.
Yep.
Haley, no poaching, ma'am. No poaching.
I'm holding out until I get all the rules and then I'm deciding.
See, you'll have to join me.
I said I would read all the things of the genre, and I have a huge stack of library holds of that genre.
Deb's committed.
You have 2 genres, Deb, and you do read both of those genres.
You do. Plus, sci-fi works well for me too, and you, Deb, because there is a lot more sci-fi horror and sci-fi mystery crossover, like hybrid genres, than I feel like there is in fantasy. So it could work well for us.
Here's the thing. I think it was an automatic assumption that you had to hybrid your own genre. If you read a fantasy romance and you're in the sci-fi team, you will get hybrid genre points. You just won't get own genre points.
Right. So the double whammies though.
Yeah.
If we do it that way.
That's the thing. It's like, I want to know, are there ways to get points if you read around? That's what I'm waiting for the rules on.
Honestly, I spoil things. Like, the announcement video is live. 84 of you can know. I don't care. The announcement video is filmed, not live.
I was like, I didn't think you'd edited that yet.
Yeah. I don't think it's up.
That would be fast. I'm excited for Realmathon. I'll probably do a few vlogs. But with SPFBO next month, I'm planning Franchise Family for the next 2 months.
Yep.
I say a mood as if I don't read fantasy every month. What am I talking about?
There
Yeah,
is
Rachel, you read sci-fi.
In April.
this year for Realmathon, you get points for your team's realm genre. You get points if you read a hybrid genre. You get points if you read an indie book.
Ooh.
And then you also get points
So wait,
for book
I should
length.
save all my SPFBO then. Damn it.
That's what I was saying.
Rethinking my March TBR.
This, I would say that Life Planet Barbarians is like a romantic sci-fi. You could count that.
Yep. It's the only
the
one I
only
can
way to lose our team points is by not being on our team.
This is true, Maria. This is a solid.
Solid logic.
Yeah, I love it.
That's fair.
Deb, I'm gonna just use you as recruitment.
Deb is the
Deb is recruitment.
Mm-hmm.
So I host a readathon in April every year called Realmathon. So we're just talking about the teams to come and the points to come. It's kind of like a sneak peek because it's not officially.
I was fixing to say there will be the official.
Yeah, but there will be an official video on it. Probably like not this weekend, but the weekend coming.
And it's all in good fun. It's not like people are, people talk about points in competition, but it's all in good fun. It's to read like the most you can and just have fun with the prompts and stuff.
Cassidy told me that my team was going to be the smallest and to recruit hard, and I took her to heart.
I also, but then we thought that last year, and then you were the biggest team.
Yeah, but I recruited hard.
I mean, I do feel like I need to be on Mel's team because that's our friendiversary. That's like how you and I started
Right?
chatting.
That blows my mind. How is that a year ago now?
I know.
So I said the same thing to Brie. I was like, you helped me with my spreadsheet because Maddie was sleeping one day. And that was the first time we talked.
It's so cute. I think I missed my booktube 1-year anniversary this weekend.
I think you did too.
We did. We were so busy with 72 hours. I just completely forgot.
Happy 1 year.
Happy 1 year.
Thanks.
I love
Thanks for birthday.
There is a romance team this year. I think the romance team will be the smallest. Guys, this month is when we met too. All of the friends.
Wait, did you not know Rachel before the readathon?
I knew Rachel, but I commandeered Rachel because she was talking about how many books she read.
Fair. That's why we also commandeered Deb.
And Deb's stellar recruitment skills.
Mm-hmm.
I already have 13 books my TBR for April. What's another book? I love how much fun all you guys had in Realmathon last year. It's going to be better this year. Mel is the strongest recruit, but also thinking sci-fi will not be small given the host. It is like that, like the other teams besides romance have bigger hosts, though.
I do think people follow kind of where, like, loyalty-wise, though, their favorites.
Yeah.
So
that one particular person has a lot of people that love them.
One person has a cult of followers.
Is this romance by any chance?
Nope.
No. I'm expecting the fantasy team to be huge this year.
Interesting. Okay, you might have to tell me later.
Yeah. Mine was the second one.
I was expecting the second one.
I heard you. I was like, I know what she's talking about now.
I'm surprised.
I did have the Becca power. She took Becca away from me this year. It's rude.
Last year, because like when I did the sign up form, I asked people why they joined, and I was actually shocked by how many people joined because of like specific hosts, and not genres. Like a lot of people joined because of Becca, a lot of people joined because of Jade, a lot of people joined because of Aaron, and a lot of people joined because of Maddie. All of us small people.
I don't read Fangirl. I was there for Mel. Like
this year, you can also get bonus points for page count.
I'm excited for that.
So you will get more points if you read a longer book because, like, obviously, like fantasy books, the average page count is so much more than like a romance or a horror.
I don't have a single short book that I need to read this year, so
it's also going to be chaos. Total chaos. Did you, so that I don't have to wait till next week, I want to be nosy. Did you decide what weekend the thing was?
Yes. I say it in the video, and now I don't remember which weekend I decided. It was this, I literally looked at the calendar and went, that'll work.
What off work? You have to tell me.
I think it's the middle weekend.
Watch it be the one weekend that I forgot that I have to work on that
But you
Friday.
can't.
I think it's the 15th.
We'll have to make a refilm the entire video. It's fine.
It's the what?
I think it's the 15th, 16th.
I think that'll work, but it may also be TBAPs. Let me see. If it is, then it'll be fine.
Easter is the 8th and 9th over here.
Ooh, it is not. It's the next weekend, so that works actually perfectly for me. That's actually perfect because I'm not in the hospital that week. I'm not late stay that week. I'm not Friday stay that week. That is perfect.
As long as like an early Friday is fine. You don't even need to take a day off.
I may take off Monday though, even though that's actually Ashley's day because Monday after 72 hours, I was so tired I could barely function. So I need
38 hours though.
I need a recovery day.
You guys went.
We're obviously bringing back a weekend of peace talks.
I figured.
I love a page count bonus because I usually just like novellas. This was the thing. I wanted to stop people from having to like only pick up short books for readathons. So
we go hard for these 48-hour, 72-hour things. You guys have learned this.
Are you building a realm fort? I will not.
You have to live in the fort the month after.
Oh my lord. Yeah. Def needs to function at work. She does.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a job where I have to function.
I don't know how, but you need to.
I love that, Maria. Okay, we're gonna sprint. I think we've been talking for a really long time, but like the passion for Realmathon just gets me.
I'm so excited.
So we're gonna do another long sprint. Are you staying, Mel?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even realize what time it was. I was like, well, yeah, it's only 7 o'clock. No, it's not.
We talked for like
time doesn't exist.
An hour.
Have we really?
I think we've talked for like 30 to 40 minutes.
Whoops.
So we should probably sprint. Okay, I'll see you in 45. Hello. I read about 50 pages.
Nice.
It's reading fast.
Good.
I like to hear.
Sorry, what'd you say, Maria?
I said that's what we like to hear.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I got I'm 40% in, which is way further than I thought I was. So that's good. Especially considering that book's like 600 pages.
I'm sorry, but I'm dying at this. This is a mood, Erin. This is a mood.
100%.
How'd you do, Maria?
I don't know how many pages are read, but I'm like screaming internally because it's all happening.
Yes. That feels like a win at least. So
Yes.
also Claire
Yeah.
gone, but good night.
Good night.
I was kind of mad that it took this long, but now I feel like it wouldn't be as exciting if it didn't take this long. So I'm having a good time.
Great. Read about 40 pages, but my head is hurting, so that might be all the reading I'll do tonight. This is fair, Brie. You had a long day.
You did.
Teeth pain, dental pain,
teeth pain.
Finished my second book this day. Good job.
Ooh.
Got some food and finished Flower Bride. Another 100 pages into Age Will Sin, and I'm 50% to Wrath and might need to go to bed. You can go to bed now. I will allow it.
Because I'm not going to be that far behind you.
Mm-hmm. Wow, what timing. Finished the book as the timer started going off. Woohoo. That's always nice.
Yes.
33 pages. I like how this book is basically the crew of the Rosantes. Whatever.
You know, I only know that because I listened to the audiobook. Otherwise, there's no way.
I don't even remember what this is.
It's the ship that they're all on. I don't know if you got far enough
what
to.
book is this?
Like the book. It's Leviathan Wakes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't even know if you got that far into it.
I don't remember how far I got the first time, but the second time I definitely didn't.
Easy
Finished Murderbot 3 stars, and got halfway through Murderbot 4.
Nice.
You're on a roll. Read about 20 pages in Belladonna. I have not.
I'm gonna rescue my dog from the cord. 1 second.
Only got to 47 because had to feed all the animals fair. Got to page 93 and just started book 2. Yes.
I hope you're enjoying it. It's good stuff. Although, I don't think that one was my favorite. I liked the one I just read though. 7.
Priestess Girl is my favorite right now, which is weird. I enjoyed her.
I'm assuming this is
A.D. Wilson.
Yeah. See, that's another one I can't say.
A.D. Wilson.
This is the A-Dual part that I'm just like, blah, 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 blah.
There.
I got.
Doesn't explain it all. Food.
You're hot.
I'm still not hating this. I just like if it's gonna be really hard to explain, but like it's just very like clunky the way it's done. Like often I'm reading something and I'm like, did I miss something? Like how did we like they're just small moments we're jumping over. It's like at one point a guard says something and then all of a sudden she's like backing up into the alley, but the guard just said something to her. So I'm like, how are you sneaking away? Like a guard is looking at you. And
that's how I felt reading Wolf of Ornyaro, where I was just constantly like the way things were put or said or done.
Like it's like I'm liking the plot. Like I think there's like good concepts in here. But also so far I'm like, why are there talking animals? Like the talking animals really add nothing to the story.
No. Well, it's better than I hate it with every fiber of my being and want to throw it in the fire. So this is better than I was anticipating.
Yes.
But like the sad thing is that even if we love it, there's no sequel. So like just that's the part that gets me.
I won't love it. Like I'm telling you now, like it will be a 3. Essentially at this point, will it be Mysterious Ways or will it go under Mysterious Ways? Is where I'm
Mysterious Ways is the winner in my internal competition in my brain right now.
Rachel,
I don't understand. I don't understand, Maria.
Rachel's about to start screaming.
To be fair, I didn't like Rachel's fave, so it's fine.
It's just true.
I don't hate it the way Rachel does, but like
I just think that like Mysterious Ways is what the competition was invented for. Like, do I think it's the strongest? No. But do I think that it's the like what this competition is for? Yes.
I need more explanation here,
Yeah,
please.
I'm gonna need you to
Like
help me a little more with that one.
I feel like it's a story that would never get eyes on it otherwise. And I think that it's also something where it's like clearly it's not, like a very practiced published author or anything like that. Like it clearly is the author needs more practice and work and it's not the strongest book, but I think that it has such unique concepts. I think that the characters are really great and I think that there's so much. I can't believe you gave Scales higher character score. That's a whole different conversation because I think those characters are
But those
not
are
good.
intentionally the way they are.
Yeah.
They're one
That
note
was for
though.
me.
There's no complexity.
But that is the intention of the author very clearly in Scales. Where Mysterious Ways, there's no complexity and it's not the intention.
No, but you can't give me one scale and say, "Oh, I intended the characters to be flat." That's like writing a badly that's writing like clunky like dialogue and saying that was my intention. Okay, but that as a reader, no thank you. That's not what I want from it.
Because they are their one trait so much that it makes the story fun. Like, they're
No.
intentionally one trait that is blown out of proportions to be, like, over dramatic and fun within the story.
But even then, it's like then they didn't take the plot of the story in like as much as they could. They stay in one location for the entire book. Like they could have taken that into like an actual broader like they could have gone into societal like balls and settings and like just actual, places and then taken that a step further. But because it's so contained, I think that it does it a disservice.
I think it does what it sets out to do. It's just
I
supposed to
will
be
agree
this
with that. And I
fun,
didn't like it either.
like, over the
Mysterious
top.
Ways, hear me out though. The characters in it are so like I'm not maybe not complexity, but they're so realistic that I think they are. One
But
of
I
the
think that
characters.
Scales and Sensibilities characters were realistic for the time. I mean, they were a little probably more dramatic than I would anticipate people in that time to have been, but the way that they spoke, the mannerisms, the things that they focused on, I do feel like is a realistic
I'd
topic for
say
the time.
realistic for the time, but like for me, the struggle I had with them in Scales is that they were one note, and I don't think realistic people are one note. Like I think that's there should have been a little bit of inconsistency in certain like moments, and instead they always reacted one way.
Which I
Like
get.
some
I
side
completely get
characters
it,
even
I just
more.
don't think it was intentional to the author to make them feel like a real human. They're supposed to be, like, an archetype of what they are.
Yes, but then I think the problem I have is that you then have to not balance that out with not having the plot be the same thing. Like I think that that paired with the insta love, paired with the like contained setting that doesn't go anywhere, paired with like I just think the concept as fun as the like big reveal thing that they do in there is, I think that it also did it as service in terms of storytelling. Like I think all of that paired with that together. See,
Well, I didn't like Scales
I
either, so
disagree.
Yeah, like, I feel like Scales is just intentional in all it does, and, like, I enjoyed the plot that it was because it is just, like, a small, over the top, dramatic Regency plot where you don't go in, like, Regency era, you weren't going, like, crazy other places.
I had a good time with it. Like they were likable and compelling. That was the best part of them, but I do think craft wise, like they weren't the
But,
strongest. So I think if I
Mysterious
had been
Ways.
rating it on enjoyment scales, I liked more than Mysterious Ways enjoyment wise, maybe, but
which I don't
craft
know, for
wise, when I'm being
me,
objective.
I have not read Mysterious Ways, so I will
Mhm.
just completely blanket this statement. The
Yeah.
Mysterious Ways, from what I know of it, is more intended to be a higher type fantasy. Therefore, you have to make certain
Agreed.
assumptions on the baseline of epic fantasy.
Agreed.
Whereas Scales and Sensibilities is not high epic fantasy, so the baseline is different. Does that make sense?
See, I don't see it as epic though. I see it as like small miracles. Like I think they're kind of the same way where it's like supposed to be that level of like fantasy where it's
It's in a
really
new world. Like, I mean, it's kind of our world, but is a new world.
Yeah.
yeah, but I think with
You
small
still need the
miracles, like
world
it introduces
building.
certain world building concepts. Like I kind of put them in the same level of like not going high epic fantasy. Like
See, I would say that Small Miracles is completely low fantasy,
Mhm.
and, um, Mysterious Ways is high fantasy because it is in a different world. Like, that is the definition of high fantasy.
that I guess what I meant more was like I don't think it's going for that like big scope is what I'm saying. I
No,
think it's
because
going for the
level of
same level of like
That is true, though.
the world is a backdrop to like the rest of the story, which is also Small Miracles.
I disagree. I see. I think that's. I completely disagree. Is the world overshadowed in so much that like half of it is us learning about the world? Like we go to like this like one spot and we spend 20 pages learning about these angels and their like massage parlor or whatever it is. Like that didn't matter to the rest of the story, really.
But it's done. I don't know. I disagree. I get what you're saying, but I disagree.
turned into a
And it was
mysterious
so
live show.
I know. I'm like, I
It
need to
was
defend Mysterious Ways here.
so heavy-handed, and that just like
It was heavy-handed. I will 100% give you that. Yeah, I do agree that that was like it reminded me of Chambers in that way, where it's like it was
mm,
very, especially the ending. It was very over the top with that
Now I want to read it just so that I have context to this very
discussion.
involved
Yeah.
discussion.
I do think that it's intentional that it that you feel this way because it the ending of the book, but there were so many like inconsistencies in it there for me too, and like I just personally like none of the side characters have any like we're told about the one character having this personality and they're like, but our main character just doesn't see it. The guy, the
Are
guard.
you saying Mysterious Ways? Are you kidding me?
Yes,
I
they're like
was so
the
attached to that
entire
guy.
time. She's the one character is like, no, she has personality. He has personality. You just don't see it. But like, there's no progression later on in the book where we
There
get to
is.
no,
He treats him as one. Okay. I was so
no,
attached to that character, and I actually that was one of my favorite characters. How
no
dare!
definition. He would just
Also,
existed.
also, just saying, Rachel, I find it funny that you think Mysterious Ways had a like lazy world because I actually thought Small Miracles did. Like that was my complaint about it. I thought that it could have gone more with the like angels, demons, and like kind of the idea of like what was sin. I thought it was a little lazy with just like chocolate as the main
So I
repetitive thread.
think the difference is, at least for me, that like Small Miracles is our world, where Mysterious Ways isn't. So like
Yes,
Small Miracles can rely on our world building and not be crazy amounts of world building because it's not meant to be. Mysterious Ways is not our world. You need to do heavy
I thought
world
it
building.
had good world building. Like again, like I wouldn't put it up against like an epic fantasy from a like a really practiced author or like someone with like that was traditionally published maybe. But I thought for self pub it had really strong.
Maria, are you have you read Touch of Light yet?
Mm-mm.
Welcome.
To be fair though, that one I'm here is like not an outlier. I feel like that's mean to say, but like that one is praised for being like a really strong debut, right? Like it's
It is, but it is a very much so drop you in, figure it out kind of story. It is not meant to set stuff up. It's not intending to like even with the characters, you're not just given their backstory and learning about them. You just gotta figure it out as you go and pray you understand later.
which I am curious to see because I don't love that, but
I hope
I've
you
read
like
better Regency. I think that's the thing, though. Maybe I've read better Regency, so it's also like I think that you can do
yeah.
it in that you can do the archetypes, but in the not as like flat way.
Have you read the Quinby Olson yet?
No, need
Okay.
to.
'Cause
I'm
it's
excited.
Regency too, so I'll be curious to see what you think
You'll like
about
that
that.
one a lot more, and I hated it.
I
So
think you will
Probably.
too. Yeah.
I'm gonna go pull something out of the oven. I'll be right back.
fair. I'm gonna read some of the comments now that we're done. It got heated.
Ranting.
Oh, do Goodreads is down. Goodreads seems to always be down for everyone, but it's
It
never
has been
down
doing a
for
lot.
me. And it's maybe because I didn't update my app, but I updated it last night and now I'm scared.
I never use the app, for being completely honest.
I always do. I never use the computer.
Mine's working. I don't know.
Yeah.
When SPFBO's done, I don't know if I'll be
I
sad.
think that was about Leviathan.
Oh, Expanse.
Expanse. I
Yeah.
think the world building in Small Miracles is really smart without getting into real religious conversations. I agree. I think it set out to do what it was supposed to do. But I think it's just fun to see how different everyone is at the same
Mhm.
time.
Yeah, especially since like you try to be as objective as you can, but there is no true objectivity when
Mhm.
you're reviewing things because you pick up on different stuff. So like even if you guys felt the exact same way about everything, that we were talking about, obviously characters Maria picked up on more things. So it's just cool to see that.
Yeah, 100%. The things that you look for. And like I always say, when you're loving a book, you will just like negate the negatives very easily. You just like will look past them. Like I can sit here and tell you that all my favorite books have problems to them, but like I didn't see them. That's why they're my favorite books.
Or you saw them and you just flat out don't care.
I just saw the comment about Rachel finally feeling like she can leave.
I'm going to bed. Good night. How many more do you have to read, Mel?
Are we counting the 2 that I'm halfway through?
Yes.
5.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5, right?
But if I'm halfway through Umbral and I'm halfway through Miss Percy, I should be able to finish Miss Percy tomorrow. So then I'll have Tethered Spirits, Mysterious Ways, and Fires of the Forebears left.
My rating for Miss Percy is higher, and it's one of those ones that I wish I could like. The more I think about that book, the more I dislike it.
I think mine will get a higher rating on SPFBO for certain reasons, but a much lower rating on my spreadsheet for other reasons.
Yes, Brie, I was gonna make everyone do this. It's gonna be chaos with 10 people there. I think 10 is the max we can have on StreamYard, so.
Out of this year's finalists? Or
out of this year's, I would probably say Small Miracles.
Small Miracles if you like cozy humor, like cozy fantasy plus humor.
Just from hearing people talk, I would say Tethered Spirits or Small Miracles, but I haven't read Tethered Spirits yet, so.
Tethered Spirits is also not the strongest. I liked it, but like when you like, my ratings aren't the highest for it either.
But it seems like it would be one of the more accessible ones, just from the way you talked about it. But I don't know.
It is. It is. This year's finalists.
Small Miracles.
I'm like kind of sad
at like humor. Like if you don't like humor, don't do Small Miracles. That's what shot me in the foot.
I don't normally like humor either.
I didn't find it that humorous. I found it very quirky and very sarcastic. I think I think it's that conversation between like American campy humor and UK sarcastic humor. It's all in what you find funny.
I find British humor really funny though, so I resent that. When Emma said the same thing, and I was like, "Excuse you, I watch British TV and like read British things all the time."
I don't think it was overly trying to be funny. I think it was trying to be sarcastic, but that's just me.
I have no comment because I'm Canadian, and they say Canadian humor is closer to British humor than American humor.
I hate American humor. Like that whole slapstick Talladega Nights humor. I just can't. I can't. I refuse.
Yeah, agreed.
And David thinks it's the best thing ever, so it's a struggle.
Yeah, I agree. Small Miracles was just quirky. Like I don't really find it like humor filled.
Yeah,
I don't think it was intentionally humor filled either. It's just quirky. And
like all the reviews say they laugh a lot, so I think people do find it funny.
I also think it sets out to do what it's meant to do, even if the humor doesn't work for you.
Okay, can I bring up it's not a spoilery thing. I'll hint around it, but I feel like nobody's talked about this. One of my issues with Small Miracles is the power dynamic in the ending, where the thing that wasn't really like told in the relationship that happens never gets addressed or told. And so you still have like I just think that there's a bit of an icky factor. No one's talking about this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no clue.
I feel like it's so hard to. That's why I'll need to
private chat it.
Yeah, put it in the private chat because I want to know what you're talking about, but I don't follow.
I found nothing icky, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't think it was icky. Icky's the wrong word, but like I did think that there was something that wasn't addressed and that was a bit problematic that should have been.
Oh, we're back. Snoring.
We're back.
Boring him.
Good night. We're just gonna scare everyone away. Good night.
Ollie's just gonna snore. We're boring him.
We're boring the chat too. Apparently, no one's talking, but I still need to know.
People haven't read these though. I just think there's a power dynamic.
Not a bothersome thing. I feel like you can't. That's kind of a thing with being that.
But
I
then
didn't
to
find
get
it a
into
power
the
dynamic.
relationship-
I mean, maybe they should have, but I don't find it a power
The
dynamic.
other thing is you're just assuming that doesn't happen in their relationship off
No,
page.
they lie about it in the epilogue. So I'm not assuming. It is
But
confirmed.
either way, it doesn't bother me because, like,
It bothers me.
why does that really matter?
I think it. I don't know. But
But
Brie also said it didn't bother them.
Bree, I think knows
I
what
don't
you're
know if
talking
Deb-
about.
and like
I'll have to message you, Deb. I don't know how to say it. Spoiler free.
the thing that our main character is
Doesn't get
Not telling
addressed
other
in the
people.
relationship.
Give us all the spoiler rants. I'm looking at my flights for May. Where are you going? I like British.
He's always gone somewhere.
I'm trying to phrase this. Like,
I'm trying to figure out how to explain why it bothers me without spoiling as well.
I have no comment. It did not bother me, or I missed it entirely. One of the two.
it really did not bother me.
I think it's the lying. I think it's because we have that like lying in the epilogue that's like the kind of like it's a big part of themselves that is not being discussed or shared.
Maybe it's because like I'm not in it for the romance.
Yeah.
Fair.
And like also I just think that's a thing. Like lying is a thing in relationships too. Like it may not be the most healthy, but it is a thing.
But to that level, like it's their entire identity. I don't know.
Why is a person's job? That's really what it is. Their identity. You can love a person for who they are.
It only if that job is specifically linked to the person you're in the relationship with. Like I think if it hadn't been that they were the thing for that person specifically, like if it had been something completely separate, I wouldn't find it problematic. But because it's literally for like they're specifically acting and doing in their job things that affect the individual that's in the relationship with them on a like personal level.
This is Maria's character-driven reader coming out
Yeah,
right now.
literally.
I just went straight over it.
Fair.
But
I'm
also,
like, okay, sure.
like I'm
but
also like a love of those kind of shit. Like the darker of romance, the better. Like
I was gonna say you also like dark romance, so it's probably this
What
is like the least problematic thing.
I'll read it.
This is like innocent relationship over here compared to this stuff.
I see where you're coming from, but I just like I don't think it's a problem. I don't know.
It's not a huge problem, but I'm surprised nobody addresses it in any of the reviews or anything. Like I don't hear a single person talking about it.
I love Lucifer. I'm
But
not even gonna
with
compare it.
Lucifer, it only worked once they knew the truth. Like technically, in Lucifer, you had that come first. Like when they actually got together.
Yeah.
I did not expect these friends to be FOMO for Small Miracles and Mirrors. Seriously, so we shouldn't procrastinate on the SPFBO books. I love that everyone's like, I need to pick it up now.
Watch everyone pick it up, and not a single person like is bothered by it except for me.
It sounded so trivial compared to fiction, but tongue-in-cheek, delightful as scales and sense. I think that there is a depth to Small Miracles for sure. It's just done in a quirkier way.
Scales was funny. Mysterious Ways was funny. Small Miracles was not funny.
Mysterious Ways is not funny.
I have notes, Cassidy.
It's not funny.
It's so funny.
I wrote down notes.
I rolled my eyes so much in that book.
Okay, do you remember that one scene where they're like talking and they're practicing combat and talking about something and they're like carrying on a conversation, and in the background the side character who you didn't like and thought was flat is like faking an actual death and like collapsing and then like shake. I could see that scene so well. I thought it was hilarious.
I don't even remember that scene.
It was.
Now I'm gonna be looking for it when I read it.
It was so good. And then there was a whole scene where I just like the way it was written too. It was like the writing worked really well for the humor. There's like a whole thing where she's like, "Oh, they'll never find it because blah 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 blah," and the next thing, like then you have, "They found it." It's just the way, the timing, the comedic timing.
See, for you use like humor. Me, I go plot convenience. Like that's fucking stupid. You're gonna tell me that it's gonna be hard to find, and then you're gonna find it 2 seconds later. Like no.
That's fair, but it was funny.
Yes, this is funny.
Ruin of Kings is funny. I will give you that.
I will agree with that.
Oh, we should probably sprint, but I know Mel's leaving us, and we just like bored her to death in this conversation.
No, you didn't.
It's funny because me and Maria have a lot in common, actually.
We do, surprisingly, but we usually like them for different reasons, which is part of it.
Yeah.
But
I'm a little scared for you reading First Law, Maria.
What?
Which one?
Wait, what did you? Both of you. I didn't hear what you
Mel,
said.
go first. We talked about it.
I was saying I'm a little scared for you to read First Law. I'm not sure how it's gonna go. I didn't find it very grimdark, and that was one of my problems with it. Whereas I think you may find it a little bit too, not grimdark, but not
That's
like.
one too.
Does that make sense? Like they're
Yeah, but
very
that's one too where people talk about the humor a lot, and I like read the first, I think, 30 pages, and I didn't find the like Glockta's perspective funny, so I'm worried about that too.
No, I didn't find Glockta. I actually did not love Glockta's perspective as much as I thought I would based off of what everybody said. The humor is very underhanded. So it's more like a character will do something and then somebody else will do something, and it's just a very underhanded kind of, I went back to reread it and then snorted at it kind of thing. It's not comedic, it's not sarcastic, it's an underhanded humor.
Okay. I don't know about that. This might not go well for me.
I'm not sure if you're gonna like it.
I don't think I'm gonna read it in time.
Funny moments are small, like there's not that many of them. I wouldn't say that the book is funny, but there were certain moments where I was like, you know, that kind of funny. But not.
I'm gonna hate a lot of them.
So yeah, I'm very concerned that you are not going to like it, but I'm curious for your thoughts.
Me too. I've now, like, all the character-driven authors that people quote, I now have just like bad track records with them, so I think it's not gonna go well.
And I think Cassidy would be bored out of her mind, but probably appreciate the unlikableness of the characters.
I do like,
but bored out of her mind.
But watch me read it and be like, these characters aren't even unlikable.
Really, honestly, they're not. They're not really that unlikable to me in comparison. And it is known, it is the like daddy grimdark, but I just did not find it as grimdark as I was expecting to with that title being given to him. Does that make sense?
Didn't he give it to himself?
Hmm?
Didn't he give it to himself?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either.
No
Good night, Bree. We're going to sprint again because we're talking for so long. It's funny because I was like, I need to not talk today in sprints. Like to Mel, we were like, we're not going to talk for a long time. We're going to be productive. We've been talking for like so long in every freaking sprint.
I love that the titles like keep you on track and we failed.
Yeah, if he did, he probably should, because this is a little bit like.
Hello.
Okay.
64 pages left in the blade itself. Really liking it. I also haven't found it super dark though.
Maybe it's later.
I think I'm gonna be so disappointed by that, and that's gonna be an issue. So I'm going to like
temper
my things because like going into it.
That was a large problem for me, is because I heard what great character building there was, that it was grimdark, etc., and I didn't find, I'm ignoring this because I'll start laughing. I did not find it to be anywhere near as much as the praise indicated it would be.
Is it like beginner grimdark? Like maybe like beginner sci-fi? Like maybe that's why.
Grimdark is like unlikable characters, morally gray, hopeless tone. I didn't really find these characters that morally gray, and the tone to me was not hopeless. Like, you've got some grouchy characters, sure, but that does not grimdark make. So I don't know. Maybe it is gonna get darker as we go, and their motivations are gonna start to change in a not favorable direction. But this is just the first book, so
I hear the ending is hopeless. So maybe
we'll see.
I didn't really think about this comment when we said it, but now I'm picturing him like looking in the mirror being like, I'm Daddy Grimdark.
Why? I will never unsee that, and I don't even know what the man looks like.
I know, I'm gonna Google what he looks like. So I
agree with Nikki. It's not light by any means, but it's not that dark, but it could definitely get darker.
That
would
bodes
probably
well, you know.
I wonder if it would be dark like the time it came out, like if it was just like
Probably.
oh god, yep, I see it. I see it. Definitely looking in the mirror going, Daddy Grimdark, that's me.
I'm never unseeing it. I'm never unseeing it.
Recommend watching Daniel Green's first law breakdown to give you really good info on the series.
Okay, good to know.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. It could be a bit concerning that torture and cutting off fingers isn't dark.
Deb keeping us all grounded.
Fair. Like I will totally give you that. My dad, I said to him I didn't think it was very dark, and he was like, "What are you gonna need?" Whatever the guy, the body horror. God, what's that guy's name? Oh man. Anyway, he was saying that something that was like pretty much torture porn would be something that I would only find dark.
You did come out of 72 hours like horror too, so
this is true.
We've also read some pretty effed up dark romances.
You ain't getting into the dark and
dark. I don't know if anything can get darker than that story.
Watch me read it and be like, this is the darkest thing I've ever read, guys.
Secretly, there's a basement in Mel's house that is just filled with nasty atrocities.
My house is on a slab, thank you.
See, I sit here and I go, I don't think the Poppy War scenes were that dark. Like, they're dark, but like I've read darker now, I think.
I found sort of Kaigen dark leaning, but not in
I think First Law is going to go much more grimdark. Like the setup and the impression that I get is it will go much more grimdark. But this first book is pure setup. Just like getting the characters' backstories that really I feel like we could have gotten in conversations and nuances. We didn't actually have to physically see all of this, but you do. So that's where I'm at.
That is a lot of grimdark. It's a lot of just like it's there for the sake of being there.
Yep. Yeah, I think that part is very grimdark.
Are you reading 11th Cycle with us, Maria, or like SPFBO taking over?
Probably won't get to it. Yeah, I was thinking I'd probably just start with like the Umbral Storm author ones.
Fair, because it's 800 pages and it's grimdark.
Yeah. Like I was intrigued, but I just don't think it'll fit in.
I will be curious because I will be the first to admit that I have not read that much that's classified as like grimdark and what the trope is, or not trope, but you know what I mean. So I'll be curious to see after reading 11th Cycle if I say that First Law is more grimdark, having more to compare it to. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I've read a couple grimdark. They're not that dark. Like the hopelessness is not the like only factor in them for sure.
I was expecting the characters to be more morally gray than they are, especially you tell me there's a torturer point of view. I expected his motivations to be a lot more convoluted, and I did not find his motivations to be very morally gray at all. So I think that's probably where I was like, wait, what?
I don't think I've read anything I've known this grimdark. Friends of Thorns is classified. Blackstone Heart is like the indie grimdark. Like it's that author is essentially Daddy Indie Grimdark.
Hob should be. Nobody agrees with me, but Hob should be.
Hob is morally great. I will give you that.
Dark things, hopeless themes.
There's still hope in her books.
They leave me depressed. People cry.
They leave me depressed too, but like there's still like some hope in them.
Where is the hope? Point me to the hope, Cassidy.
This is also true, Deb.
Live Ships, like the ending of Live Ships is like so hopeful.
No, the ending of Live Ships was the worst. I was depressed for like 2 weeks after.
Half the characters end up together in a happily ever after.
Yes, but like we don't address the thing that happens to the main character and the character that's like the villain that you want a good satisfying ending for is kind of, not redeemed is the wrong word, but like the thing that happens to them is actually a good thing. Like it just left me sad for 2 weeks.
I'm just gonna pop this up.
I thought you were gonna pop Maria down.
I don't need to get into another discussion for 30 minutes.
I'm gonna tap out. Y'all have fun. If I miss anything good, I'll watch it back later.
I'll see you in the morning. Well, afternoon. Mel.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Just joining. We've scared a lot of people away, so like thanks for joining.
Oops, yeah.
Based on what I read, Grimdark is a lot of monarchs are worthless, heroes are flawed, nothing is predestined. And I agree with this, Deb. I think dark fantasy has become such a big thing that Grimdark now is harder to find. Like, you just think of regular fantasy now as like dark fantasy. Good night, Mel. Like Hop.
I think it's the most hopeless series I've ever read, so if that's not Grimdark.
Fair. I disagree. Obviously.
Yeah.
Too many happily ever afters. Good morning. Hello. Flights are expensive. My head hurts now. Okay, we're going to sprint. I will see you in 45. Hello. I barely read. I got very distracted by a million things in that. I kept reading like 2 sentences and then getting distracted by something else, and so
Yeah, I mostly just thought about Hob. And had dinner.
I did film a vlog update.
Ooh.
But it's good. I was kind of hoping to hit to 200, but I don't think that's gonna happen tonight.
How long is that one? 500?
I think it's, let's look. Yeah, it's 520.
Okay.
Just long. I think, although I'm liking it at this moment in time, like if it continues the way it goes and like the pacing it goes, it's gonna be like, holy crap. So we just like keep the world building. I mean, Umbral Storm does this too, but it just like keeps expanding and expanding and expanding at like such an intense rate that like nothing is fully developed.
Like biting off too much almost.
I always want to like shout at indies authors all the time, like, you have more books.
You have all these cool ideas, but space them out.
Yeah, like it just, you don't need to do it all in one.
Mask of Mirrors is a little bit like that too. So I do think that's a complaint you'll have.
Yeah, I need to read that one. Me too. Also, I saw you had options. I don't know either of these, so I'm gonna say Witch Slayer because like the title.
I know of Nora Roberts.
I do know of Nora
And
Roberts
that
too.
people like Nora Roberts and people don't like Nora Roberts, so I haven't read anything.
A Dark Witch for Ireland vibes. 132 of Fable. You still liking it? Got to page 201 of the Rune of Kings. Let's go. I'm so glad you're liking this, Kaylee. Like, yes. I mean, I'm not surprised, but
it feels like a Kaylee book.
It does. Finished Murderbot 4, 3.5 stars, and I read a manga. The Way of the House Husbands, and always 5 humorous stars. Read a couple pages, made sure my bearded dragon's still alive, and watered plants. My baby Monstera finally has a new leaf. Oh, fun. Made it to 55% in Blade itself. Rook's Grave never freaking ends. Jeez, how does a book with no plot last so long? Erin, how far in are you? Because, yeah, it never ends. Walked into I Want to Shout at Indies. Not you! You're good! I liked yours! I mean, I like these ones too. It's just like, you have more books. Pace it. Go ahead. I made it past the halfway point of Amari and Night Brothers, reading it with my 3 sisters for our first sisterly book club pick. Oh, that is so fun. I read 24 pages at 40 mind left, and I'm reading Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Are you enjoying that one? I do own that, and it's a weird book for me to own and want to read. How much more do you have in Ashes of the Sun, Maria?
Where's my ebook? I have. It says I'm halfway in, but ebooks usually like include a lot of extra stuff at the end, so probably about a little over 200 pages.
Oh, you were not where I thought you were.
I'm at the. I mean, I sent you the spoiler thing in the private chat. I'm a little after that.
Yeah, you were not at where I thought you were originally, but now I see where you're at.
Does that mean there's another really exciting, like, things start going down? I'm excited for that.
I'm loving it. Like, could be my favorite book of the year. I mean, I'm not even halfway through, so things could change, but so far, so good. And you have way more books. I need to get to this, like, I need to finish this series, really.
I'm torn on that one. I need to continue on just to like finally decide, but I didn't like it as much as I wanted to.
What did you give the first one?
I think 3 or 3.5. Like it was fine, but I wasn't attached to anyone really. And the fact that the second one is about different characters throws me off because I could either love the new characters or I could just be, again, not attached and then I'm back to where I started.
Okay, like it's like Kieran is still a main character.
But I don't have attachment to him, so that's part of the problem.
Fair. I preferred the second book, so I hope that you try it and like it, because like we do have 2 new, like, well, 3 new narrators, and one of my favorite characters is them. And then like everyone comes together in the next couple books.
I have surprisingly a lot of series where I did like the first book was 3 stars and then they've shot into favorites category. So I think there's still like a really good chance.
Fair. Fair. If you don't like the second one though, like I would tell you to stop.
Yeah.
Because like it's again a series that just like it's very repetitive in like format. Like it just does what it does again and again and again. So if you like one, I think you'll like them all probably, but like
it has really cool, like the things it does, I do think are so unique for fantasy.
I'm 45% and feel like I've aged 5 years. It's still 2023. Erin, just you have like 200 more pages of smut, like just pure smut. Like I kid you not, every page of that book is smut. I think that there was 30 pages in that book that aren't smut, and it's 400 pages long.
DNF.
But also come to the live show in the morning so that you can
and then watch the spoilery live show.
Yeah. I mean, there's no spoilers. How can you spoiler a book that is all smut? Like,
True.
I can just tell you about all the ways this girl opened her legs.
That's what the author did for another 200, 300 pages.
Yeah. I'm actually loving it and meant to 2 minutes, not mind. I wasn't sprinting, but the draft for Twist of Faith has officially begun, if that counts. It does count.
Is that the third book?
Yes. Third? Fourth?
Well, not like including the main ones, not the prequel, right?
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm torn because I think I'm in the mood for Touch of Light right now for SPFBO, but I know I'm going to want to read the sequel, so I'm kind of like, do I just leave it for last? Where do I have room in my TBR for?
It is on someone's host favorite for Ramathon.
Okay.
Not mine because someone stole it from me.
Oh, wow.
Someone stole all my favorite books.
It came in fast.
I literally looked at them and I was like, those could be all of my favorite. Like that could be my host favorites.
That means you picked good people to surround yourself with.
But so yeah, it is on someone's host favorite. Rooksgrave is a book with absolutely no FOMO. Fair. Literally fair. Also, that Sprint finished in the middle of a great chapter and wanted to keep reading so bad. I would mute me and finish the chapter. Yeah, I was waiting to DNF to see if there was something going to happen, but there is plot in the last, like, 20 pages. It's not worth your time. Number one reason to not read Rooksgrave Manor. It is. Third book, not counting the novella.
Exciting.
I saw that today. It wasn't you. No. Nope. Some other person that we're always hanging out with that loves your book.
There's a lot of love for it.
I feel like I need to reread the first Rune book. I also kind of didn't connect and retain a little as a result.
Correct me if I'm wrong though, Cass, but I think this is a series where you could not you don't need to reread the first because the second goes so differently. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
Like you don't think you need to reread, or you do think you need to?
Well, both. I don't know. It doesn't go that differently. So like, okay. I think the second book picks up where the third one ends. We just then relive the timeline of the first within new characters.
So it's kind of a recap on its own.
But like elsewhere in the world, and like Kieran's still there for the story. So like what Kieran did in the first book does matter.
But if you've read it once, you know it. It's like it'll jog your memory, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think book 2 will jog your memory.
That's kind of the vibe I was getting from it.
Oh geez, good to know. Might just show up to the live show and no one will know I didn't finish because I can summarize perfectly. Sex, lots of sex. Jeez, they're so boring. Honestly, I was looking at Goodreads reviews and like the negative reviews are like, this book is all smut, and the positive reviews are like, this book is all smut. Like, so everyone agrees. It's just whether you enjoyed it or you didn't enjoy it.
Or maybe when you go in wanting a smutty book.
I prefer, like, if I'm gonna read a romance or something, like, I still want it to have plot. Like, I need some sort of plot here.
I kind of need you to read Strange and Stubborn Endurance now because it's a fan row, but I was telling him, I'm like, the problem I have is that it's so much plot. Like, I need it to chill on the plot, and I need it to give me more of those small character moments.
Yeah, fantasy romance is terrible most of the time because it either goes too heavy into the romance and loses the fantasy for me, or it goes too heavy into fantasy and then it loses the romance. And it's like, well, it could have just been a fantasy book and not a romance book.
Agreed, yeah. It's hard to find that balance.
But there's a couple that I liked. I did like The Bridge Kingdom a lot. I'm excited for that 4th book to come out.
I still have that one on my list.
But it is like, again, it like kind of does neither great, but it finds enough of a balance for me. Because like it's trying to do both too much. Makes sense.
You are planning to try, is it Rain and Ruin? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's called Rain and Ruin. You don't know if you're going to try it.
Yeah, because that's what won last year, right, in SPFBO?
Yeah, I don't know that I would recommend it to you, but that's one that I've heard a lot of people say where it hits that balance really well between plot and romance. And I, like, as a fantasy lover, I wanted it to do even more fantasy and magic, but I do think it's more hitting the balance than other books.
I was looking at like SPFBO like numbers, and like last year was so low compared to like other years in terms of like finalist results. But then at the same time, like, looking at this year's, I tend to like the ones that have the lowest numbers. So maybe last year's are good for me to read. I muted you. 100% fair. Best in the series. It definitely has an audience. I am not that audience. Neither was I. I should not have signed up to do the live show. I read book 3 later, and I didn't need to reread book 1 or 2. It's pretty well written to jog your memory, at least for me. Yeah, I think I agree with this, especially with the way it's told. That's good to know. Yeah.
Same. Or have a summary.
You know what? It's funny. I always ask for books to have summaries, and I never read them.
Really? I love them. I read them. Godbreaker had it, and I read it, and I even still like reading it. I'm like, wow, I forgot half of this.
Yeah. I think it's because like if I want a summary, I want it to be like, I'll just Google one because I want it to be just like short enough that it jogs my memory. And I have a pretty good memory. So like I just need like little moments to jog my memory. But like most of the books that do have summaries, like I was reading the like Hannah's trilogy, those summaries are like 60 pages long. They're so long. I don't want to read that. I want to just read the next book.
Fair. My memory's terrible, so I would rather read that.
But like I get why, like, so I want books to have them. Like I do want them to have them. I think it's genius to have them. And then like when you do struggle, like I know when I read Fires of Vengeance, I struggled and I ended up looking for a recap. Then I could have just like flipped there when I
it's like
realized like 100 pages in.
content warnings that we talk about where it's like we might not want them ourselves, but it's good to have.
Yeah. Same. Like I don't need a 20-page recap. But if it's like 2-3 pages, I would probably read it.
That's the thing though, when it's like 3 to 4 and 5 pages, I'd still like I read it and I'm like, wow, maybe I should reread the first or second book because even this isn't enough for me. My memory might just be awful.
I'm just probably also so used because I don't read that if I pick a book up like 3 years later, I'm just like, okay, let's see where this takes me, even though I don't remember anything.
I think it's the plot reader, character reader though too, because I remember the character moments and the like emotional stuff, and then I'll be like, oh, that happened plot wise, no recollection.
Fair. Where like I won't remember the small character moments at all. Like as we talked earlier, although Mysterious Ways, I just like don't remember a lot of anyways.
I still have. I'm gonna send you an essay on why I think.
I'm excited for your vlog.
It's the only one of the 3 that I've actually written down a page full of notes for. Like,
I love that.
I felt strongly about it. I loved that. I'm again not like gonna be my all-time favorites, but I think it's such a like gem among I just think it's such a great find. I never would have read it otherwise.
That's fair. When reading books as they come out, I don't need if I'm binge reading the series. Yes, also fair.
Yep.
But
that's why I like to binge.
Same.
And I think also the more time you spend, like it's easier for me to remember if I've read the first 2 books and I'm going into a finale, like a 3rd book a year later, I have more time with those characters and stories, so I remember it better. It's the first books that I then have long gaps between that I tend to forget the most.
I feel like I'm gonna have to reread Running Kings before reading Name of All Things because it's been a bit since I've read it. Yeah, we were just talking about how it does like trigger your memory quite well with the way the story is told. There's a couple books have done that really, really well. Like Fires of Vengeance had a built-in summary, like it was kind of done really interesting where like he tells a guy like the story of what happened in book one.
Mm.
And so it's like essentially like 2 pages of info dump and it's literally just a summary. But I thought it was interesting that the author worked it into the story.
That's kind of fun.
It'll be hard not to binge the whole Runa King series right now. I kind of want you to, because then you'll be caught up with me and we can buddy read since Bex left me in the dust.
I support this, Kaylee.
But also
read
SPFBO
Trader's Blade.
Oh, and Trader's Blade. That came out of nowhere for me.
She owns it and said she was going to read it, and then she did it, and so my brain is still stuck on please read it.
SPFBO books.
And then Trader's Blade.
I was going to say something and I forget.
I have a question for you.
I'm scared.
It's not scary. It's just, what does one bring, and anyone in the comments, what does one bring to an author signing event? I've never gone, so
I've never been to one. I would say the book, unless you bought a book.
Well, I have it's Fonda Lee and Django Wexler, so I have all of the Green Bone Saga, and I'm going to buy Django Wexler's book since I'm reading it on ebook. So I'll probably bring, I have 2 editions of every copy of Green Bone. I don't know if I need a 3rd.
No, yeah, bring the book.
So we're
I just sometimes when you buy a ticket, you buy a book at the same time.
Yeah.
But
do you
comments
bring anything
probably
else?
help you because I live in butt fuck nowhere. Nobody comes to Alberta to get their book signed.
This is my first one, so I feel like a newbie.
You have a lot to read, Kaylee. Ah!
Genius. Okay. I love that. Thank you, Deb.
This is fair. We have been going off on tangents. The keep me on task, please, did not work out today. Read first books more. I struggle to remember things, especially when reading a lot of first books in a year. Still need to read the last book. I bought the book there, but I didn't own them. I'd say bring the book with you. Yeah.
Okay. I figure I'm okay since I'm bringing one book and then buying the other.
Yes. This is a mood. I always use random stuff. Or I dog ear, but because I'm a terrible person.
I collect bookmarks.
I love that for you.
Like different ones from different places. Okay. I was thinking max 2, but probably 1.
I mean, you could bring them and then just have them sign the one, and then if they're willing to sign the rest.
True.
Because I'm guessing they're going to be 2 different like spots, but I don't know.
I don't know how it works. Yeah. I'm very excited though.
Too long since I've gotten to talk to my aunt's friends. I just want to keep chatting forever. I know. Maria's too busy for us. I have a hide. This has a spelling error, and I think
huge,
maybe. Bookmark too. I'm currently using the desk chat book when I have bookmarks next to me. I did find a bookmark, but I was dog earing this earlier.
I just find it really fun to pick out like the perfect bookmark for what I'm reading. So it's really fun to have like a variety.
I'm such a dog earer, and my boyfriend hates it. He doesn't even read books, like not a reader at all. But he's always like ruining the book when I dog ear it. And I'm just like, you don't even like. Once he told me I should set a book on fire because it would be fun, and I was like, but you're telling me my dog earring is gonna ruin this book?
Yeah, I don't think you don't read. Maybe. Well, I guess he gets opinions, but.
He doesn't get opinion.
We won't listen to the opinion, yeah.
Yeah, so I have all these bookmarks now that I try to use, but at the end of the day, I always go back to dog earing. Also, there's something fun because I can actually see like where each sprint took me.
I've never dog-eared because I always feel like they just like end up accidentally getting lost again.
I
Like
don't have that problem. Mostly because like you can see them, so like if you know
yeah,
roughly where you are,
but they still like flip up a little, and then you have to look
they
through the
do.
ones that you previously dog-eared.
But huge.
I
You're
also wasn't ever like a notes person. I don't like annotating books or anything. But then I got the Kindle, and now that I have on there, I'm like highlighting everything.
this I agree. When I got my Kindle, I started to highlight things and I'd put
Mhm.
notes in it. And like every once in a while, I'm like, oh, I wish I was reading this on Kindle so I could highlight this. But then I do nothing with my notes and highlight. So,
Well, I wouldn't want it highlighted in my physical because half the time in my Kindle, it's things that I'm like, will this come back and be important? Is
mm,
this a hint of something? And so I don't actually need it later. It's just
mhm.
for reference in the moment.
My favorite is when I read a fantasy romance, and I was in the first book, and literally like pages in, I have a note that says, "This is blank, blank, blank," and it's supposed to be like a big secret. And I got it completely correct. When I got there at the end of the book, I was like, I was right. 30 pages in, I was right, and I have the note
Yes.
to prove it.
Wow, that's amazing.
um, my bookmark is a watercolor hedgehog, but I've temporarily misplaced it. Also considering getting a book anchor or something
Mhm.
similar to prop up in my big hardbacks.
I
Fair.
don't know how many people are familiar with this because I think it's not very common, but my mom and I are like obsessed and have sworn by book stands.
Mhm.
Much better than book anchors because you can put big hardbacks on them. You just put like you basically separate your book into like three chunks. So there's like the middle, the beginning, and the end.
Mhm.
The beginning and the end go into the like book stand slots. And then the hardback usually will like just lean the middle will lean in the direction you need it to anyway. And it stands it up. So I recommend.
I'm just a paperback gal, so I just hold all my books.
Paperbacks don't stand
Although it's funny because like a lot of my sci-fis and horrors are actually like specifically my horror books are actually a lot of hardcovers because of the fact that like with fantasy, paperbacks come out at the same time. So I just can buy a
Mhm.
paperback. But I get so annoyed and I have to buy hardcovers and horror all the time because like I don't want to wait a year and a half for the freaking paperback.
My biggest, like, disappointment about becoming an adult fantasy reader is that so much of adult fantasy is only in paperback. Just, like,
It's my
ha
favorite.
part of me is like, I wanna read YA fantasy just because they have
My
hardbacks.
favorite. Although I'm pissed the Ninth Reign just came out here. And I didn't get it when we read it for my book club. I just read, like, the ebooks,
Mhm.
because it was coming out here, and I was like, "I it's gonna come out in, like, big floppy paperbacks, like, I know it, like, it's gonna be
Uh-huh.
so good."
Are they stiff?
They're not, they're so tight, they're just as tight as the UK binding,
Oh,
and they're
no.
small, and I'm just like, "Now I'm just not gonna own it because 'cause I've
I'm
read
gonna
it."
check my I'll check my Barnes& and Noble. I don't know what they if they're floppy here, I'll send them too.
Fair, please do.
But I don't think I've seen it in a Barnes& and Noble, though.
I think only the first one is out currently.
Mm.
Um, I
But
my
that's one, yeah. I'm sad that I never got the hardbacks through book binding.
Fair. I switched out an old Rosita's bookmark and the Runic Kings my fancy metal bookmark after I read 50 pages. I was like, wow, this is something special. I need a special bookmark. Misplace them easily. I can use anything as bookmark, even my phone. I also use my phone quite a bit, especially during sprints. I'm just like, whoop, hopefully I don't need my phone when we're talking, so using my library due date. Back in mass market used paperback days, I dog-eared, but not my pretty new books. Fair.
Yeah, I'm really harsh with mass market. I feel like
They're just meant to be destroyed,
yeah.
those
They're the
things.
only way you can comfortably read them.
On Kindle Scribe, all the highlights and handwritten notes are saved in a PDF you can keep or print. I just like
Mm.
would never look back on them, probably because like I don't reread. Where like it makes sense if you're a rereader to like annotate a book. I think.
I do reread, but my problem is I think my it's like journal entries. Like I look back on me 3 years ago and I'm like, "That was a dumb note."
Fair.
Like
Most of the time, you can bring 3 books to be signed, but call ahead and ask.
okay. I think I'm gonna
That's
do
good.
the thing where I have them in the backpack and then see
Hmm.
how it goes.
I used to dog ears when I gently use books for physical arcs. Then I started using page flags. I just like Like, a bookmark, if I have one, like, something, I will use it, but, like, for the most part, I'll sit down with a book, and I'll be like, "Well, fuck, I didn't get a bookmark," and so I just, like, dog-ear it, like, it's just,
There's
like, the
dragon
easiest
bookmarks. There's, like, dragon bookmarks, and then there's just so many fun varieties out there.
I have lots of fun ones. This one's a dragon.
Ooh. Ooh, wait, I have that same artist. Hold it. Hold up.
I hold most of my books, but also sometimes
Is it Etsy? It looks very similar.
Yes, it's the same.
Hey, and they sent me a fox one for free.
Yeah, I had 2 dragon ones. I think I have that exact one, and they sent it reversed. I just took them out of the paper, and I used them as 2 bookmarks instead of 1.
I love that one. It's so pretty.
Usually, I just leave my book open and upside down, though, and don't use a bookmark. I also do this, but I feel like that's worse for your books than a dog ear, but maybe that's me.
It's so
Not
bad.
that I care about that either, because I'm so mean on my books. Some pretty annotated books out there, so jealous of the colors used. I love the look of, like, an annotated book. Like, when people on Instagram post, like, a highlight and, like, you can see all, like, the tabs, like, that it's well-loved, I think that looks so pretty. I just, like, what do people put? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of people that annotate are, like, rereaders, though, and they're, like, catching things or, like, predicting things and telling themselves things to, like, read later on. Like, I know, like, a lot of people, like, annotate, like, Sarah J. Maas. Like, every time they read it, they put more annotations in it and things like that.
I annotated the whole, like, Aurelian Cycle Fireborn trilogy because the writing is so beautiful that there were a lot of quotes that I wanted to annotate. But I don't do that with a lot of books.
And then, because, like, I get rid of books so easily, I'm like, someone else is
You'd
gonna
have to
see.
pull them all out, yeah.
I look back at highlights for Buddy Reads. It leads for coming up questions about purely reading for fun. Yeah, like, tend to have, like, a note app in my phone for, like, book clubs and stuff. And then, like, lately I've been using tabs for, like, vlogs, so that if there's, like, a line I want to talk about, I can, like, just talk about that. But rereader, but I hate annotated books. Fair. Those are so pretty. Yeah, I mess up paperback so easily, but I can't stop. That's also I prefer to read hardcovers. Reread Twilight and
Haley is a girl after my own heart. I love hardbacks.
She is. I'm off to bed, and thanks to the friends, I got a lot to read. Good night. Also, like, I don't know, like, I bought a hardcover, and, like, it was $30. I was like, if I had waited for that paperback, it would have been, like, $15.
I think there's also a difference in that I buy books I love. Like, I don't really have a big physical TBR, so I don't buy random books. If I did, I probably would buy paperbacks and then invest in hardbacks. But because I usually try and read through my library and then buy it after I've loved it, I'm like, I will pay however many dollars. I love this book so much.
This is fair, and I tend to, like, just buy books. I'm, like, the worst consumerism person in the world. I buy a book, read it, and haul it no matter what. I'm like, it's read, it can go. And so, like,
it goes to a place where someone else can read it.
Buy books to sit on my shelf.
You're not trashing it, you know? It's going somewhere where other people can then read it. That's like recycling. Same idea as thrift shopping, you know?
Literally consumerism. But it's okay. And most of the time,
book industry alive.
I'm the worst because I go to the bookstore and I buy like 18 books and I'm like, I haven't heard of half of them, but like this looks cool. It grabbed my attention. I buy it. And then in 3 months, I'm like, why did I buy this book? And I haul it. I'm literally consumerism to a T. It works on me so well.
You love books. I think that's not a bad thing.
This is fair.
I think for me, it's literally just that my brain gets overwhelmed. Like I look at my physical TBR list and I'm just like, it will take me a year or more to get to all of these. And I know that I don't need to read them all that fast, but it stresses me out.
My sister's the same way. She's always like, can you just like take books to your house for a while? Because like there's too many books on my shelf.
But then there's still part of my, like, there's books that I've unhauled that my mom then wants to read, like freaking Starless Sea that I'm still mad about, that's still in our house. We still have my least favorite book in the whole wide world in my house that I'm just, and I feel like it's haunting me and I can't sleep properly in the house with it there. So that doesn't help me.
You would hate. I unhauled books a year and a half ago on my channel and they're sitting next to my bed. I'm so bad at taking them, like, away. They go away and, like, every once in a while, I'll take, like, 10 of them away because 'cause I'm too lazy to, like, fill up, like, a big box. I have, like, 150 books that needs to be unhauled, and they just, like so, like, I just don't wanna take a big box, so I take, like, 10 at a
I need to
time.
take mine away without anyone noticing, because otherwise, yeah, my mom or sister are like, "Ooh, that looks interesting."
Fair. It feel like it affects my immersion. I just, like, forget who I am while I read. I don't wanna pause to highlight something. This is fair. I used to be part of subscription book box where the author annotated their own books with Post-its. That's so fun. I also know of, like, one booktuber, I don't remember who it is at all anymore,
Murphy.
but, like,
Is it
um,
Murphy?
is it Murphy? They have, like, a top tier for
Mhm.
Patreon, and they, like, annotate a book and send it to you, and it's like one person gets that perk.
Think it was Murphy. I'm pretty sure.
Which is such a cool idea. Like, I
Mhm.
have read books. I read, like, Ugly Love for my, like, best friend, and I annotated it for her as I read. It was just hilarious because like, I just put
Yeah.
stupid stuff in it, and I, like, highlighted things, and I think that's fun because then when she reads it, she'll see my thoughts and, like, laugh, and it's more like an experience than just, like 'cause I don't know.
Seeing for yourself. Yeah, that's so fun. I love when people do that.
Like, I'd love to buy a pre-annotated book. I think that would be so much fun.
Mhm. Me too.
I'm a paperback person, they're easier for me to read. I don't like the awkwardness of I agree 100%. Yeah, I'll buy paperbacks more often because of price, but sometimes when
Mhm.
they get the same price, I will always choose hardcovers.
I
Paper
just I'm really like, and I hate this about myself, but I'm really particular about wanting my books to look pretty, so I think
Mhm.
hard paperbacks are harder to keep in,
They
like,
are.
beautiful condition.
I love a look of a loved
Yeah.
used book.
So I'll happily read a paperback from a library, like, I don't actually have a format preference from libraries, but when I own it, I don't
Mhm.
want it there it's so bad, I can't even believe I'm admitting this, but sometimes I own a book in paperback and will borrow it from the library because I don't wanna read my own copy.
Nah, nah. That's like special editions. Nobody reads the special editions.
Not even special editions, like, just basic,
Yeah, but
boring,
like
like
same thing. Same but different. It's okay.
yeah, I want my books to be used, but and loved, but at the same time, I can't help it, yeah.
Sometimes I'm too impatient to wait the paperback release, which gets expensive. Yes, that's why I love fantasy books because they come out in paperback.
So upset. And I'm upset that UK hardbacks don't open the way US ones do, because now I'm collecting UK hardbacks a lot, so that's another thing too.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, let me
I've never
see. I
had
can
these.
show you one sec. Oop.
I also just realized, are you wearing the late night crew merch?
I am.
Oh, so cute. I never annotate because of immersion as well, and always regret it when I'm trying to remember stuff. This is a mood. But I do agree with this because I've tabbed 2 of the backlist books and, like, tried to annotate them, like, notes and all, and both of those backlist books that I annotated, I hated, and I think it's because I, like, spent so much time annotating that, like, I picked up on every small little thing.
Mm, it
Like, I
does,
think that's
yeah.
why I hated Shadow of What Was Lost so much because 'cause I've liked the 2nd and the 3rd not liked a lot more, but I've given them, like, 2 to 3, where the 1st one is, like, the worst book I've ever read.
It's
And I
almost like you're then, like, pinpointing all the little things to dig
yeah,
under your skin. So, Both Night Circus, this is the US,
okay.
where it, like, lays flat, see?
Hold on.
Oh,
You're going full size, sorry.
see how that lays pretty flat?
'Kay, yeah.
The UK one, oh, can't even do it.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Like, it's this the binding is too tight.
Which, like, makes sense, I guess, because like, the, bindings in their oh my god, their paperbacks are also so tight.
They're stiffer, yeah, which I've heard is better long term, like, I think it lasts longer, but in terms of readability, I hate it.
Fair. I read my special editions. This is good. I like when people read their special editions, but I know a
Teach
lot
me
of
your
people don't.
ways. I need to be less, like, nitpicky about it all.
Gabby, you're still here. I love annotating, but hardly ever do it because it takes me out of the story. Yes. Also, Gabby, I hope you're feeling better. Yes, I feel like no one ever mentions how stinking stiff UK hardcovers are.
I didn't think it was I thought it was a one series specific thing, but apparently it's all of them. I
Our
just
books
found
in
that out.
general are just, like, floppier. I say, like, I don't understand why their bindings are so tight.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do one last sprint. but I might only do 30 minutes because I think I'm just going to get distracted a lot if I do 45.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to attempt to go to bed, which really means I'm going to watch some sort of TV. And then I have a live show tomorrow morning, so. Oh. So actually the problem I had with the Fairy Loot edition of Flower Bride is so stiff. Also, good night. We have lots of people agreeing with you. Special edition UK hardback are poor bigger. The book, the more flexible. Off-the-shelf hardback are more stay open type.
Problem is now that I'm like subscribed to Broken Binding, a lot of my shelf is going to be the stiff hardback style.
You know what? I do have a UK hardcover because I do have Prince of Thorns Broken Binding, but like I've never opened it because I read the mass market paperback that I owned, but I was pissed that the only editions of it are mass market paperback. So when the Broken Binding comes out with those special editions, I'm like, yes, every single time.
Yeah.
I'm still feeling like a zombie, but slightly better. Although I'm pissed because I ordered the Ember Blade special editions, and they posted a picture, and I don't really like the design on the
end papers.
No, why can't I think of the word?
The edges.
Yeah, I don't really like it in person.
Oh, wait, did you receive them already?
No, like I saw like a picture of someone who had received them.
Okay, so you don't like how they look in person via photo though, so like technically not in person, okay.
But like, because like everything else had been just like a digital print.
Right.
Before then. And I liked the digital print, but it looked very like sloppy to me in person, which is just personal preference.
I just don't like the edges they're doing in general, so I always plan to do them face in, or, like spine, or with the cover because I do like the covers a lot.
Yeah, I like the naked of the Ember Blade for sure. It's really pretty. Okay, we're gonna read. I just keep getting very distracted by talking, and I don't.
Sorry.
I just haven't seen you in so long.
No, we need to do these more often.
Yes. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
I actually read. I think I read 30 pages.
Nice. I read the whole book too.
I'm still liking it.
Yay!
Which is good. I thought, I don't know. Considering both Brie and Rachel hated it, I was nervous, but now I get there's so many comparisons to Umbril's writing in this, so I'm scared for Brie to read Umbril, but Rachel also hated Umbril, so I think it makes sense.
It lines up, yeah.
Things that just bothered Rachel didn't bother me.
Is it in your top 5, would you say? Or not really?
And think about this. Most of the books have been 3 stars for me. So I'm gonna Touch of Light, Umbril.
Touch of Light, Miss Percy's, obviously.
Small Miracles is probably up there, even though I also only gave that a 3, but I just I think it was just so surprising because I wasn't expecting to hate it. I actually loved Scales because I thought it was fun. So Scales.
Here's the thing, I thought it was great too. I think I sound overly harsh on it. I just think that it objectively was a weaker book, but I had a blast with it. I had such a good time.
Yeah. Maybe I would say probably this or Tethered, and they sit roughly around the same. It's funny because I have a very unpopular opinion too, and I didn't love the 13th Hour, and everyone seems to be really liking that one. So I think everyone has their one that's ugh.
That no one else agrees with, yeah.
Because I gave the characters in 13th Hour very low ratings, and everyone else is 7 or 8, and I'm just 4.
I saw that. That scares me.
But I might have been harsh on it. I don't remember anymore. You're making me less scared of Four Bears. It's fun. The writing and dialogue has problems, same way Umbral Storm had problems, but it's fun. The only reason I think I like Umbral more is I think that this one relies more on you liking the characters, and since the characters are weak, it kind of sucks. Where Umbral Storm relies on the intrigue of the magic system in the world more than the characters, just with how the plot goes. And the characters in Umbral are forced into situations where in this one they're making choices. And so because you don't understand the characters, you don't understand their choices, but in Umbral you don't need to understand the characters to understand their choices because they're just they have no choice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's fun so far, and there's a lot of politics in it, and I don't know, I like it. It's definitely YA. The more I read, the more I'm it's definitely YA.
Politics? That sounds promising.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Umbral was all about world building for me. Me too, and there's a lot of fun world building in this one. I'm really intrigued about some of the plot in this one. There's a decent amount of politics and conspiracy theories and things like that, which is kind of fun.
I think I'm more scared of Umbral than Fire because I don't really care about learning the intricacies of magic, and I feel like that's what that one's going to be a lot of.
I personally loved the characters, but they are weak. That is one of those things that I agree that they're weak, but I just really liked them still. You're making me scared. Yes. 60% of the blade itself. Progress. How did you do, Maria? I kind of stole the show.
I read, about 30 pages of Ashes. I'm now, I think, I was kind of neutral before where I didn't know a rating, and now I'm at least 4 stars is where I'm feeling. I'm really into it now.
I hope I'm wrong and that you love it.
I hope so. I think this is going to be one of those slow burn books where the characters grow and grow, and then by the end I'm obsessed with them. That's the feeling the first few hundred pages gave me.
The characters in that book are just so strong. I loved and felt for all of the characters, and so I think that's what made it so fun. Regardless of things I didn't like that were happening, I was just in it for the character and those small character moments and things like that.
Yeah, I like all of them a lot so far. It wasn't immediate, but they're very I could feel it slowly getting me.
I hated Kit.
I don't even mind her. I think the only one that I actively I don't even dislike him. I like him, but Varro, is it Varro the Scout? I think
he's annoying, but he grew on me.
I just think that his shtick is actually more annoying than Kit's shtick. Like hers is like the whole,
I would agree on
you
that.
know, like I still don't know, is he lying or is he like actually cursed? But it's kind of excessive.
It is excessive.
Mhm.
We see Kit more, I think, than we see him.
Hmm.
So I think that's the reason Kit bothered me more.
Yeah, I still like him though. Like I like all of them.
But I mean, Kit becomes my favorite character. So
Mhm.
if that means anything. Like I hated her in the first book, and then I'm like, Kit.
I feel like Mel kind of has me excited about like 10X's journey now too. Mel and Kaylee.
I liked him. I liked all the characters.
It sounds
I
like
would
he's
say
gonna
my
have
least
progression.
favorite character is Bex.
Mm,
She doesn't really grow. Like she is what
yeah,
she is the entire story for me.
she's sweet. I don't
Yeah.
have anything against her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hello. Afternoon. Finished work for the day. Picked up some interesting books from the library on my way home. Love a good library haul. How did everyone in the comments do other than Deb? Since nobody's chatting, but there's 40 of you here.
West Coast people.
All of the Ashley's discussion is making the book call to me from my shelf, but there's no room on my TBR for starting another series.
I
It
mean,
is
same.
also on the April Realmathon host favorites, and it's not mine.
Does the series like sequel count?
Yeah, you can count it.
Okay. And are they sci-fantasy? Do I get
Yes.
sci? Okay. Score. Then I'm waiting on the sequels.
Yes. So, yeah. Not mine. I wanted to take it too, but somebody stole
Mel's or Kaylee's, I'm assuming.
it. I won't say whose.
I'm guessing one of the two.
27 pages finished the chapter after the timer finished. Let's go for finishing chapters. I also forgot that my cat, he's so old. Sometimes he pees on himself. And then the cat litter like clumps in his paws. And so last night after he went to the litter, he came into my bed, and so I woke up this morning and like all of it crushed off into my bed. So I had to like I forgot that I washed my sheets. But I was like, frick, I need to put them in the dryer still. So I have like a good hour and a half before I can go to bed.
And then putting them back on the bed.
I'm probably gonna end up sleeping on the couch is what's gonna happen because I'm lazy.
Yeah. Seeing your pets.
The devil.
Fox has so many accidents in the house now. And it's one thing because it's like cleaning them up isn't fun, but he also steps in them half the time.
Yeah.
And now he has the thing where he Bambies out on like slips on it. So then he just is like entirely covered in his own pee, and it's just a nightmare. And he can't get up, and it's so sad. And so I'm just like scared of leaving him alone now.
Poor elderly pets. We don't really like. I mean, we can't leave him alone anymore, really, because like we have to drug him every single night. But I always have to put him in a bath after, like, because like even though it came off all over my bed and like insanely like I always tell my boyfriend, I'm like, one day I'm just gonna wake up with pink eye. Like it's so bad.
That's the one thing is Fox can't jump on the bed anymore, so he doesn't. He sleeps unfortunately on the floor, but I miss him on my bed.
He also can't jump on the bed, but he will climb. Like, and he'll hurt himself climbing, so now we make stairs for him.
I had stairs leading up to the bed, but Fox also would fall off the edge. Like he no longer, it might be his eyes, but he doesn't look down. So he just like walks off the edge expecting there to be.
Elderly pets. It's so sad.
Yeah. It's no one talks about it, so I didn't know it was as much of a
yeah.
It's tough, yeah. It's like
a lot of pets get like put down before they get to this stage.
It's so sad. I mean, it is a lot of work. It's like having a puppy, I'm assuming. I never did puppy stage, but
a lot of work to watch them all the time.
But they're worth it.
100%. What are you trying to do, Cat? It's just like half on me, but his like paws are down here.
And he looks like he's like half falling asleep.
I think he is. He's tired.
Like head nodding off and then jerking up.
He was under my blanket, so he probably got too hot. Kylie is a bit too short to consistently jump in the bed, so we have stairs. Yeah. We've always kind of had stairs up to like like my parents' bed is like really, really, really tall. Like my mother likes a really tall bed, and, like has like a chunky mattress and stuff. So we always had stairs up to hers, but like mine, I never really needed. But lately, he's needed one.
Well, the other thing with stairs when I did use them for Fox is that he also would like he's very restless, so he'd go drink water a lot, and he'd push the stairs away from the bed, and then I'd have to like push them back. So it was a lot of me waking up in the middle of the night. So I don't miss that part.
Fair.
Yeah.
I was extremely interested in what you guys had to say about the books. I forgot to tell you my progress. I'm over 50% in. Over 50% is such a good like point to make in a book. I'm like trying to decide like whether I'm just gonna automatically put YouTube on or if I'm going to attempt to get to 200 because I'm close.
You should.
But also, I'm kind of annoyed because I think I realized. So I filmed my TBR earlier. And I had to, when I went to edit, I had to refilm my intro because I didn't realize my tripod was like touching my desk. And so then every time I moved on my desk, my camera wobbled because my desk is not very sturdy. And I'm trying to remember if I filmed Ramathon announcement first.
Oh.
And so I'm like, I'm guessing it was touching. And so I'm like, frick, I may have to like refilm that, which would not be that bad, except for that since it does so good, I always have to make sure like I do my makeup for it and like get ready for it because like that's like my most well done video.
Yeah.
Just like maybe make myself look presentable. This is vlogs where I'm just like, I'm like frick. So I'm in the morning. I'm gonna have to look at that footage and see if I have to film it.
Don't check until morning so you don't have to stress about it.
I was just hoping to be able to like get it edited to like set it to premiere so like people can see it. But if it's not done, I probably won't get to it until like Monday filming, which kind of sucks.
Well, maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it like started dipping after.
I'm hoping. Maybe I like as long as I wasn't like leaning so like on the desk, it should be okay. So I'm gonna look. My mom has an 11 or 12-year-old dog, and she has to carry him on the bed. He's 40 pounds. Oh,
that's so cute.
Okay, well,
maybe I need to push my bed against a wall, but I have the bookshelf, so I can't really. But like, my bed is in the middle of the room, so he can fall off.
He'd still only have one side. He'd still be able to fall off the one side.
He still probably would. Yeah.
Just build like a
border, like bumpers.
Yeah.
Like they have them on trains and like bunk beds, those kind.
Exactly. Like a bunk bed fence.
Yeah.
The only like spot that's open is the stairs. Okay. I'm gonna end these here. But thanks for hanging out with me.
It's fun.
I'll be back to public sprints, but I will see all of you soon. I hate ending sprints. It's so abrupt. Bye bye.
Night, everyone.